Good evening, members of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? Hope everybody's having an excellent night. Uh, as for me, I'm doing well. Thank you for those that tune in on Restream, YouTube, Facebook, and those who follow my show on TikToks under ATS895. Uh, Welcome to Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters Open Mic Night, where the viewers get a chance to jump on live here with me and share experience encounters of something that witnessed. You have the opportunity tonight to share. So okay, I see somebody there already. Let me drop the link, bro. You want to join? Share screen. I guess I'll drop the link. There's the link. I dropped the link there. Let me share this live to the groups that I shared to.
Hello.
Hello, hello. How you doing, bro?
Good.
I'm just sharing to the groups that I shared to real quick. The groups that allow me to share on Facebook. We got Beyond the Box here. How you doing, Beyond the Box? I think we might be all shared out. Now we're all shared out. You know what I'd be doing, bro? I was playing for the jackpot, but I didn't get it.
Oh man.
That's okay because I got two of them earlier. So and I made a little bit of money there. So there's a bigger jackpot that's gonna hit later on, or probably tomorrow. So how you doing, bro? I know, man. You have me thinking about a lot of things of the past.
It's like
Yeah,
when we get together, we start to remember things, and I don't like to think about those things, but you know, yeah,
yeah. I remember a lot of things. You know how we. One of the things that I remember is when we used to have the rosaries for Grandpa,
yeah,
and everybody be in there praying and stuff, but you could hear all other kind of movement all throughout the house. Do you remember that?
yep,
Where you could hear like stuff like outside the home and in the other rooms, like activity happening. While we were praying, so while we are doing the rosary, like the Santa Maria Madre de Dios, ruega por nuestros pecadores, ahora en nuestra muerte también. I know you remember that, but I could always sense, spirits, things around us in that nature. That I remember those rosaries we used to have.
yeah. You think that is that normal? I mean, we
Was
were
that?
raised. You think it was normal?
I could feel things around, it just
No, do
I
you
mean,
think?
the rosary, we would
Yeah,
be on our knees and stuff like that, but
you think that?
it's just activity in that home, you
I've
know.
never seen other families do that, so I don't know. I've never seen any other family do what we used to do. So I don't know. Um,
I have been to another family that did a rosary for one of their loved ones, which was the Casares. We got brother James Jones. Remember yesterday? I told him he could jump on, so I'm gonna add him to the stream. How you doing, brother James? If you're here, um, yeah, just I think one of the Casares, the younger brother, died on the motorcycle accident when the truck was on his chest, and I remember doing a rosary over there at their house too.
yeah, but um, I,
And I will hear of other people doing rosaries for their loved ones, like their anniversaries and stuff like that. Also,
I've never seen any other family do rosaries like that that way that we did it every year on that day.
yeah, on the day of.
But since you mentioned Cáceres, um, you know, way back then I had a girlfriend, and uh, she would do. She told me that her mother had taken her to a witch,
Hmm.
right, and gave her a card. Because I seen her with a deck of cards, right, and then she was doing stuff with the cards, and I asked her what what that is, and then she told me what she was doing. That her mother took her to a witch, and she gave her the cards, and that she could do things with the cards. And I told her right when she told me that, I told her, "No, that's the devil. You need to get rid of that." And we started burning them. Right, we started burning the deck, and
Hmm.
it didn't want to catch on fire. And then when it caught on fire, we started burning the deck, and then they were burning halfway. We had to go somewhere, right? And she said she put them right there, and she buried them, right? And she said, I thought when we come back, we'll finish burning them. And she buried them, only halfway burnt. And then we came back, and she was trying to dig up the hole, and she couldn't find it. She couldn't find the cards, they weren't there. And then the next day, I saw her, and she said she had a dream. And in the dream, she saw the witch, and the witch told her that because she burned the cards, the witch died, right? The witch died. She gave her the cards, and the witch died. So then the witch told her in her dream that because she burned the cards, somebody close to her was going to die, and it was that guy in the motorcycle.
Which was
Yeah,
what was his name? What was his name?
the one that you just talked about, his last name. He got run over, and the tire of the vehicle was on his chest. He was on the motorcycle. He was going to school.
So who had the deck of cards?
My girlfriend that I had at that time, the witch had given her the cards, and then the witch
Which,
died.
which is the one you had a son with?
Yeah,
Yeah. Was it the lady? Was it the lady that lived right beside him in the White House?
I don't, no, it wasn't. It wasn't their neighbor. It was some other lady that their mother knew. But and that's when that guy got run over that you mentioned. That's that is.
God said is trying. I knew George. which is the one in the. I just can't remember his name. He was always riding like recklessly, no, on the motorcycle.
Yeah, but the person that ran him over was Olga Contreras' right son, or
Oh wow,
wasn't it like that?
I can't remember.
Yeah, and he ran away. He left a truck there and ran away. I think it was like that. And I know that for a fact that the truck was on his chest. I mean, the tire was on his chest when he stopped. The tire was on his chest, and that's why he died. And I was like, why didn't he get move it off of his chest? That's you know, I was lucky when I got run over that I was that I didn't get run over by the tires or none of my arms or legs or head or anything. I got lucky that the vehicle was high, or I wouldn't have a face. My leg hurts me sometimes because that's the leg that got hurt. But there, James Jones is saying something to you, bro. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
brother Jones. I don't even worry about those people, man. If you only knew, man, trouble has been with me since I was born. So I'm not worried about those individuals at all. I
Yeah,
don't feel threatened in any kind of way, shape, or form. Uh, we fight spiritually, man. I've been fighting spiritually since I was a kid, and I still do right now. So I don't let people like that bother me, man. I'm not I'm not worried about them one bit.
exactly.
But if you want to take a break from all the stuff that that's on you, me, this is my brother here.
This
Who
is how
wasn't born to
this
run
is
away
always
from our
been, bro.
problems.
This is how it's always been, and we always try to protect everybody that's around us. They we protect them also. We all of that also so that they can be safe because we're all brothers and sisters in the end. We're all parts of one.
I know people from the yin yang. When you good people and bad people, man.
Yep,
I believe that is within each family. You got good people and bad people within the bloodline, and it goes all the way from the Garden of Eve. What do you think, brother, about that?
exactly. That's why, and and unfortunately, sometimes the bloodline feeds on itself, and that's how it is. But
The the the, the
we'll
demons
always
that jump
fight
from
that one.
generation to generation. Sometimes they must skip a generation or two generations, and then something tragic might happen, like on a third generation.
They try to wait to catch them defenseless, like a lot of people are that they don't know what the real battle is or what really is going on. Nobody they don't know. Nobody explains nothing to them. Like us when we were small or when I was young, nobody explained nothing to me. But when people started dying, well, my brother can tell us about the funeral. He can tell you about the funeral.
Go ahead, brother. You can speak your piece. It's whatever you want to talk about. But yeah, man, we've been fighting spiritually. I remember being like maybe not even a year, but I couldn't speak, but I could remember what people were saying. I remember it was cold. They had the front door open, and it was real cold. And my mom was holding me, and there was this man outside her home. I could see him because we had the light on, and I could see him just walking in front of the front door, and he was telling my parents to give me up to him. Give me the child, child. And they wouldn't let him in the house. And I was looking at him. I seen how he looked and everything. So, you know, spiritual warfare is very real. I'm just here to let you know. Apparently, they didn't give them to him because I'm still here. So there is evil people like that, witches, warlocks that have mental manipulation on people. They try to install fear. They try to put themselves in a high pedestal to make you think that if you don't do their will, that they're going to do something to you or something bad's going to happen to either to you or to your family. But it's not about what they can do. It's about what you allow in your heart, right? So if you don't give them the power of fear, or you just ignore, like me, somebody's threatening me or something, I just let it go in one ear and out the other because I don't accept the negativity. But there is people like that, evil people that think that they have that they're powerful in some kind of way, that people fear them. I'm just here to tell you right now, I do not fear anybody from that camp in Oklahoma. Not one of those individuals I fear physically or spiritually. I'm just here to let you know. So you don't have to leave, or you don't have to go, how we say in the military, AWOL because of somebody. You're more than welcome here. This is a safe haven right here. So if somebody comes here with trying to cause problems or trouble, we just boot them out. Plain and simple. This is a safe haven where you can come, listen. If you don't feel like tonight is open mic night, and if you want to jump on and say something, you're more than welcome. This is why I created this group, Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, to help out one another, awaken people spiritually.
We'll send him another link. Maybe he's not doing it right. When
Okay,
we have,
let me refresh this link. Let me
yeah,
refresh the link, and I'll put another link. Let me refresh it. Maybe.
you have to keep the audio on and keep the camera off. It'll ask you three questions, and the first one you say no, then it'll ask you separately for the camera and the audio.
Okay, I refresh the link. Let me drop it.
But yeah, Madeline asked the question, bro. She said, if I believe, because when I was sick, that's why I'm being targeted. I I always wondered why our family was targeted as bad as it was, and why I've had to go through all the tragedy in my life and go through all this pain and turmoil to even to where I am now. Sure, I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. I had to learn the hard way some things. I went through, you go through different stages in life as you grow, and mine was pretty hard, but I'm here now, and as you all know, I've lost my loved ones. Uh, um, you know, but I believe that that's what we were discussing today. I don't like to think about those things, but when you think about it, you've heard us talk about our cousins being on the bad side. You heard us talk about, hey, my brother say about grandma, and I know our great grandma would do protection spells and stuff. So what does that tell you? The bloodline. Everybody has a choice. That's what God gave us, a choice for us to decide what we want to do. Now they kept stuff secret from us that we didn't find out till years later. There's still things that I want to find out, but they won't never admit. But we know uh, some of our relatives are bad, some of them are good, and it's always a battle because the bad ones want to keep living, and the only way that they can live and be strong is by taking out some of the bloodline, which nobody has said that, but this is what we see through the years as we've grown, huh, bro?
Yes. And those, trust me, we dealt with a lot worse people than the people that think that they're bad and all this. I've seen worse, man. That I just sometimes I just play along. Play along. Not that I like the crap that they're doing, but it's because the people keep on coming at me constantly. I've dealt with worse people than that. Even when I was a kid, I've dealt with worse people. So yeah, I'm not afraid of these people any kind of way, shape, or form. That's the thing. If I'm old school, if it was a I can beat you physically or spiritually, it doesn't matter. But I rather just keep my heavenly love foundation and not worry about people that are irrelevant in my life, in which those individuals are irrelevant. They're nobodies. So that's why if you run away because of them, then you're giving them power in some kind of way, right? They're saying that, oh, look, he left the community. We won. That's what they're going to say. Mission accomplished. Well, with me, they're shit out of luck because I'm a very hard-headed person. You know, is that I wasn't raised to give up in life. Who wasn't raised to give up in life? Who was raised to overcome any obstacles, trials, and tribulations that come our way, and to keep on going. That's how we were raised, and a lot of that it's within us. What we've been through our lives that makes us who we are right now. But if those people think that they don't phase me one freaking bit, just put it that way. They're literally like cockroaches. You know what you can do to a cockroach, right? You just step on it and that you smash them and guts and everything come out of the roaches. That's what they are to me. They're irrelevant in my life. I just laugh about these people because they think that they're bad. They think that they're accomplishing something, but they're not accomplishing anything. They're irrelevant right now in the cryptid community. They're irrelevant in the paranormal community. They're just a waste of space. But you know what? That's not up to me. That's up to the Heavenly Father. I don't worry about them.
You shouldn't let anybody take your peace. Those the people that serve the dark. That's what their mission is. Their mission is to try and take everybody's peace. Every day, a good person wakes up and they try to do good and they try to help other people. A bad person will try to piss people off and tick people off and push people's numbers because that's what they're trying to serve their god. So you just people should never let other people take their peace. You should always keep your eyes on him, and if you keep your eyes on him, on God, through Jesus Christ, nobody can take your peace. You don't. They can't take it unless you let them take it.
So, you know, Wicked Dana Ortega is prime example of that. She pretends that she's Christian, but she's not. I know a bruja by her actions of what she does. That she's when she was contacting me trying to be my friend, I could see what she was trying to do. She would send me verses of the Bible, but then she would say certain things a certain way, in which I felt that she belonged on the dark side because of the things she would say. She instead of doing good, talking about love and peace and stuff like that, she would do the opposite. You all seen it on the post that she posts where she's targeted me numerous times. But it's like I'm not gonna give her any satisfaction. So the only thing I say is she's gonna continue to lose time and time again. The God that she's talking about is the God that they speak of, or what they consider a God, and I believe is of what I've seen. The calculations are right. Of the word, there's one name that stands out the most, from her to Larry to all of them. Leviathan, the Leviathan. That's what they worship right there. That's what they believe in. Is that, which I'm not worried about that because we got Jesus Christ in our corner and we'll overcome any form of negativity. And we've been doing that here in Spiritual Cryptid Encounters. I know Paranormal Round Table's been hanging in there also, doing their thing. But yeah, you know, so their job is to keep you. How should I say? Um, it's not their job, but that's what they're about.
They're trying to
They want
keep
to,
you unbalanced,
yeah, off balance, confused, not
out,
confused, just throw
out
you
of
off balance.
love
They
foundation.
wanna they wanna
Yep,
attack your vessel with negativity
yep.
and bombard you with negativity to see if you're gonna get pissed off, so they can attack how through witchcraft because that's what they're about. Dana Ortega is about that, and the rest of the camp. I mean, they got abominations. You got a guy that's thinks he's a. They got a guy in their camp that think he's a female. You know.
That that does. It doesn't matter, bro. Uh, if he thinks it's a female or not. You know, God loves everybody. Um, Jesus already paid the price. Look at the Bible and did did God saved the Benjamites? The Benjamites were gay, bro, and God saved them. He punished them to where they were almost destroyed, but in the end, He saved them and He told them go and get. There was some kind of festival they were gonna die out, and He told them go and get young girls so that you can survive. He didn't want to destroy them. So religion preaches, oh, you're gonna go to be damned, you're gonna be this, you're gonna be that. That's not true, bro. I gotta say that's not true. You look at the Bible and the story of the Benjamites, where God saved them because they were gay and they were gonna die out. He didn't want the bloodline to die. He loves us all. Some of the stuff that religion preaches is not true. You have to look at the Bible and look what God did and look at the things Jesus did and how they treated the people that made these mistakes. That's why I say, like you said, Jesus already redeemed us. The price has been paid. These people are fighting a losing battle. They're fighting for the wrong team. Yes, they're creating havoc and causing us hell, but don't ever let them take your peace because the peace comes from God and He gives us that every day. If they can take it, they'll be stealing our blessings from that day because God has blessings for us every day. Every day is new and it has plenty of blessings because He loves us. And this life is just a transition. Just like He said, like everything how it's up there, so it is down here. This is just a body. Our spirit still lives on.
Yeah, that's why I don't worry about those people, man. I just I got too many things happening around me spiritually to be worrying about cucarachos, little maggots like that, because I mean, if they're not doing the good works and they're not trying to do something positive in this world, then they're meaningless, right now to anybody, that to the Heavenly Father, they're meaningless to Him. If they're doing the only thing they do is evil works. That's all they do. But besides that, yeah, don't let nobody just bully you around, whether it's mental manipulation, physical manipulation, or spiritual manipulation. It's your mind, your body, and you get to make the decisions of how you want to be.
Look at the chat, bro. Taylor says that she thinks homosexuality is like something that you can get caught up in, like an addiction or another sin. Maddie
Well, it
says,
is. I think it is a sin in the commandments.
Maddie says it's not that sometimes it's sexual abuse, but sometimes people are born and they already have that in their mind. Now, why is that? I believe that sometimes people come back and they remember some stuff about who they were before. Maybe they were a man before, and that's probably why they think that they're still a man. Maybe they were a woman and they think that they're still a woman. And science says that it's some gene that people have less of or more of. But I believe
Testosterone.
that sometimes you come back. I mean, look, like I said, look at the examples in the Bible. Some people have came back and they're quoted in there in the Bible.
Yeah, Rebel stirred me up tonight, man, with the treats. He's done come over here like 5 times. Figure it out.
Yeah, he's he's banking today. Yeah. Have you ever met a child that just tells you something out of the blue and it just blows your mind and everybody else that's there like, what the hell? How do they know this stuff? How do they even have this knowledge?
Well, sometimes the Holy Spirit can send a message through a child, to a group of people, to the world. You know, that something they might say they might it's going to be very powerful. If it's a message from the Heavenly Father, they can be used that way.
Because in the Bible there's a lot of God's priests, God's people that it, they quote them that they came back, their spirit came back in another form. So, and he said, as it is above, so it is below. And if you look, everything grows. Things we live, we learn, we die, and then it gets reborn again.
I was showing my brother earlier where there was supposedly a flood, and I looked at it and I said, "Bro, this is not no flood. This is AI." And I showed him the picture, and then you could see some lightning up there in the sky, but you could tell it was AI because the way the trash cans were moving, there wasn't moving. They were all the same way, moving the same. There was there was no movement in the water or nothing. It was supposed to be a flood, right? And I told him, I think this is AI, bro. So right now, AI is in full effect within social media. So don't look at the video and don't believe everything that you see. Is what I'm trying to tell you. And I think that they're doing this so you can look at these things and so there could be a spiritual opening of fear. I think that's what they're doing this. So if you see something that's not real, and don't fear it, just say I type binary rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. I believe they're trying to transfer unclean spirits, the DDN and other spirits, in that manner through social media for fear.
Yeah, fear and hopelessness. That's what they're trying to transfer.
Yes,
I mean, I saw the video. I was looking at the water and I couldn't tell, but he could tell. I could tell by looking at the storm. But then he explained why in the water it looked like that it was AI because everything was the same that was coming floating down. And I was like, "You're right."
So a lot of things I've seen, volcanoes. I've seen all these things that supposedly happen around the world, right? But a lot of it is AI generated. Yes. No more rebel. I don't give you too many. But lay down. He's like, man, he's like, I'm gonna suck around for another one. Nope. I gave him six of them, six
Oh,
treats.
dang, that's the most night.
Yeah, so don't believe everything that you see in the news because they're gonna try to make it seem more than what it is. You know, the news, they see something tragic happening, they're right there because they want viewership. It's about viewership, right? It's kind of like if I wanted a viewership, I go do the same thing the news is doing to see if I can get viewership. But yeah, there's a lot of people doing that through AI right now. Jesus Mitchell says I'm relaxing, recurring tonight. Thank you, brother User Mizzle. And I seen All In, man. I seen it. Me and my brother seen it on TV. I was like, man, there was so many people there at All In. Uh, but the match, man, which is what was your favorite match, bro, of All In?
And they were all good. The my favorite one was
The female one with Storm and
yeah,
it was crazy, man. But the last match, man, that was bloody as hell.
gruesome.
There was a lot of people, man. I was looking to see if I could see you in the audience, but man, that was a lot of people there. Yeah, me and my brother were seeing it, and I was telling him that you were there, that you went to All In. Yeah, it was crazy, man. That was on for a couple of hours, like several hours, because we started watching it early, and then it played and played. They had three main events. It's like whoa. What are your thoughts on the tour manager who died for the Annabelle Doll Museum, Lorraine Warren? Uh, just because he's traveling with a doll doesn't mean that it's a doll that did anything to him. Everybody, he's an older guy. Maybe he wasn't, if he needed certain medications, he wasn't taking care of himself, always being on tour with his doll. So, of course, some people can say, oh, the doll isn't killed him. But, I mean, I would have to go near the doll to see if I see anything there to be able to see spiritually. But,
I've, I've seen
you know,
those stories, and yeah, I believe that it probably does have something.
you can rebuke, right? If we can rebuke. This is what I believe. If you can rebuke a demon out of a person, out of a vessel, a person, then you can type and rebuke a demon out of a doll.
Yeah,
So, to me, it's just, I believe they were doing that just to make money off that doll.
you can rebuke everything that's evil and from you and your family, your property, your immediate surroundings, your household. and your loved ones, even the people that we prefer. When you pray with a true heart and ask, God will do it.
Yeah, there's natural causes that can happen. Traveling, if he's flying, you know, look at the autopsy report to see what was the cause of his death. Could be a lot of things. It's kind of like I had a friend that she was already sick, and she said she was going to take a trip to one of the mountains over there to climb a mountain where there's a volcano or something, right? So as she was climbing the mountain, which she shouldn't even been there because she had a lot of health issues. Uh, she had a heart attack on the way up, and on the way down, she had another heart attack and she died. So all I'm saying is, you know, yeah, he might have traveled an object, but it doesn't mean that it's an object that causes death. But of course, people are going to say that so they can make another Annabelle and say, okay, let's see who's going to be taking care of the doll now. Yeah.
Maddie.
So now they got another movie to make. They can make the movie of the guy dying and supposedly Annabelle killed him. That's all they've been having the doll for, man. Profit. What do you think, bro?
Yeah, money.
Yeah, whether it's Bigfoot, the Annabelle doll, the Mothman. There's a lot of places where you can buy souvenirs and they make money. It's dinero.
Like, I agree with you, man. I wouldn't want to go anywhere that I know that there's things there if I didn't have to. I would go
They
anywhere
said
I needed to protect my family or those that I love. But if nobody's at risk or nothing's going on, I wouldn't want to be going to go mess with those things.
somebody
Because
says, says, I heard that when they found him, his spine was twisted or something like weird. He might have had a seizure, you know, or stroke or something, right? A heart attack.
well, there is possession too, so who knows?
They say Annabelle's still on tour, so let's see.
Oh boy.
I got Raggedy Ann
So
right here. That's all it is a Raggedy Ann doll.
I'm gonna tell you a story about what happened to me today. So,
Here, I'm gonna give you the spotlight, bro, because I got to do something real quick. All right. So you share your
all
story.
right, bro.
All right.
All right,
Here we go.
all
I'll be
right.
here in the sidelines.
I'm gonna tell you today. I was paying bills and my neighbor. She's been my neighbor for I don't know 20 something years, and uh, my landlord evicted her like 3 months ago. I helped her. She came. I got home and she told me that the landlord was gonna evict her and stuff. So I helped her out, and then she still stayed like another 2 months, and then she she was evicted. Well, I talked to him, and he said that she was letting all the homeless people in her house, and then they were doing drugs, and the police would get called, and they were messing up stuff, the plumbing in the house, and that's why he evicted her because he got tired of it. And he would tell her, "Quit bringing the homeless into your house. Quit doing this." But I had talked to her, and she told me that she would do that because she used to be homeless. But um,
So
I
you knew her, how long did you know her, bro?
all those years that I've lived there, like I said, it was 20 something years, but no, it was probably like 19 years. And so anyway, so I was driving up in the driveway, and she was there on the steps on the next house, just sitting there with a little cart, that the homeless push,
Mm-hmm.
and she had a bag, but I didn't notice the bag. I just saw some stuff there, and I was driving up, and I stopped, and I was like, oh, okay. So then I drove up, and I walked over to her, and when I was walking up over to her, all the hairs on my arms, they stood up, and I stopped. When I saw her face, I stopped dead on my tracks. Um, One of her eyes, it was like white, and that's what freaked me out. I was like, "What the hell's going on?" She was wearing a nice dress, but I gotta tell you all the truth. She looked like a zombie to me. She looked like she was half dead, and that's what made me stop in my tracks. And after I caught my breath, okay, then I walked up to her and I told her, hey, how's it going? And
Was she skinny?
she's real skinny. She looks, like I said, like a half dead. Her skin is just hanging on her arms, and then I could see her eyeball now, her pupil. But before, when I was walking up, all I saw was just white, and that's what freaked me out. I'm like, whoa! And the way she looked, like she was half dead. But I walked up there, and she's told me that she needed help, that she was trying to open the bag of cat food and she couldn't open it. And she was messing with it and she couldn't open it, she said. And I looked at the bag and I told her, no, it's not a Ziploc. The top's not like that. Look at the side. You see this little crack right here? You have to tear it right there. So I tore it open for her. And then she said, thank you. And then she started giving some to the cat. The cat is a real big cat, and it was real pretty. Um, she told me that some people stole her phone, stole her money, and she was talking to me, and then I just helped her out, and then she stopped talking, and then she's like, "I don't know why you're doing this," and I was like, I couldn't talk. She looked bad, and she said, "Thank you," and then she told me, "I hope you have a good day," and I walked away, and I saw her leave. Well, when I was driving to my brother's house, I was thinking of all of this stuff. Like, why is all this stuff happening? Why are all these bad things happening? Why are the floods happening? Why? How come all these people are dying everywhere? What's going on? And then I, all these thoughts were coming into my head, and I realized that these thoughts are not my thoughts. So then I started to tie, bind, and rebuke, and I started praying, and then immediately all the hairs on my arms and everything stood up, and I could feel like God's presence around me when I was driving for like a good 2 minutes, and then I was fine after that. I was at peace again. So then I told my brother about it, about what happened, and then he reminded me. He said, "Bro, he said you still haven't learned. Don't you remember what happened to you when you were a kid? You ate the freaking candy and you petted the dog." I'm like, they, I'm like, they can do that when you're trying to help somebody. And he's like, "Yes, you have to be careful."
And she was real skinny. You could feel tell them how you felt, bro. The with your hairs and all that.
Yeah, I said that it stopped me dead in my tracks as I was walking up to her. I saw her eyeball all white, no pupil in it, and she looked like a zombie. All her skin was hanging, and she looked like she was half dead. And it just felt make me feel like looking at her. It hurt. I wanted to cry. It was hurt. It hurt me to look at her.
There's Andres. He says, uh, was she practicing witchcraft with blood from homeless and clogged with hair? Who knows what else?
So I don't know. I, I I only went in her house one time when she was old here recently. Because I remember when she was younger, like 19 years ago, she would look like one of those aerobic instructor women. So I would just say hello, but I never, um, and I talked to her outside, but I would never try to go in her house or do anything with her. And then now she's real old, and I can't believe that, you know, and it was just rough. But like my brother said, don't you already forgot about the dog and the candy, the dog and eating the candy? And I was like, I can't see that, but I did see that, and then like I said, it triggered me. My hair stood up real quick, and I didn't know why. But then he explained to me that maybe she was trying to do something to me. But when I prayed, that rebuked everything.
Yeah, sometimes if there's Scott Baker right there, let me add him to the stream. There's Scott.
Hello, Scott.
Hey
How you
Jack,
doing,
how are you?
Scott?
Hey, how are you? How's everybody
All
on
righty.
YouTube playing? We're almost there to Friday.
Yeah. Hello, Annette. Yeah, you know how my brother talked about um, the people that they try to do something bad to you and touch you and stuff. That's happened to me, but I never see who touched me, so I don't. I just don't think nothing about it, or they bump you and stuff. I never think anything about it, but I'm not. I can't see what my brother sees. Only I can only see if they let me see. And sometimes these things let you see things because they want to lead you astray. They want you to think a certain way. That's why you have to be careful, and you always have to keep Jesus Christ and God in, in your sight, so that you don't get distracted by these distractions, that those things and the people that follow the dark are trying to do. Like I said, we have blessings each and every day, and You shouldn't let anything or anyone take your peace. So, what do you think, Scott, about that story?
Well, just like you said, your last statement, I mean, we're getting back to this, putting the full body of armor on for Jesus Christ, being prayed up and always having, because, at any time, I think I was listening to a gentleman today, and he's saying, like, and this was like maybe 10 years ago, there's 28 million people that are possessed in the world. I don't know. They took like some kind of scientific poll or something, but I guess maybe way less than that. I mean, it's way more than that now. But like getting back to your statement is, we have to be on guard, and like you said, you were, you had those thoughts in your head, those words in your head, in your head, that they weren't your thoughts, so to identify that, and being so, you have to be like really quick, you know.
It took me like 25 minutes before I understood what was going on, and then I
Mhm.
prayed, tied, bind, and rebuked it, and then I was okay. But it took me like 25 minutes before I realized.
Yeah, I mean, it's, catch you off guard, nobody, you have to be in the spiritual warfare for a long time and read a lot of, testimonies on people, on their stories, because it builds a foundation. And, I think everybody listening tonight, um, that, your main, and this is what I've been seeing across the internet. I mean, I've been seeing a lot of this now, that people are preparing and praying for protection, and praying more as a spiritual warrior. There's a lot of people that are bringing that out now. So I think God is, he's unveiling a lot of this information for people to become aware of, people that, you come across. And, again, I can't, I was listening to a gentleman today, and I really wasn't focused on the numbers, but it was astounding, and it's really scary. Um, you know, that, uh, for example, I mean, I'll just give you kind of an example. You're, uh, uh, you go with a group of people or something at a grocery store or hardware store or something, and you strike up a conversation with somebody and bring up Jesus or something like that, and then you kind of look around at the people, and they kind of like, they're like something happens to them, like they're like really pissed off, or they like, they like, they like, they're in line and stuff with food or something, and they go, like they leave real quick, like they forgot something. And I mean, these are the things you have to pick up on,
Or
to be
come from the
like,
loud.
yeah, because the power of God, is around you, and these demons can see that. I mean, let me think something. What was that? Oh man, it'll come to me. Um, but it's also that continuation of the story about Jesus sending the legion of demons into the pigs. Um, and they say, like, that's what it was. And I'm just going to refer this little Bible verse, is Jesus approaches this man who's got all these legion demons, and then they speak to him like it's like telepathical, right? And they go like, well, you know, we live here. You know, that's what they're saying. We live here in this guy. You know, we live here, and so they recognize Jesus, you know, right away. Like, you know, he's got the power to, you know, exterminate them or translate them to a different realm or whatever, which he did. And you know, they're like, I mean, but again, I'm just bringing up the reality of this interdimensional, demonic, invisible, uh, 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 this world of it's a culture that's, you know, a demonic culture that is like, uh, you know, that's there, and he sends those legion of demons into the pigs. And I guess again, that whole concept, I think we were talking about that the other night, about there's some sort of metaphor about the pigs going into, you know, off the cliff into the water. And then because there's demons in the water too. And we talked about that a couple weeks ago or something. But, you know, they were saying, we live here. So what does that tell you? You know, these demons live here. You know, this is their crib. You know, this is where they live. So, you know, it's like being aware of, you know, of what's really going on in today's world now. It's becoming, you know, more and more visible on, you know, a lot of things happening in the world. And um, so I just wanted to bring that kind of that scripture out to emphasize that, to be, you know, have the full body of armor and get into the Bible, folks. I'm telling you. I mean, I was guilty myself, man. And just listening to the show, you know, really, you know, I'm starting to pray a lot more. And, you know, Abe is kind of like, you know, giving me the motivation, you know, to pray more. And, you know, you need that buddy system. You know, it's kind of like, I used to be a scuba diver, you know, in Florida. And, you know, you always had, you couldn't go in the water without a buddy, you know, because you're going down in murky water too and stuff. And you always have to have somebody with you, you know, uh, to help you, you know, in case you get into trouble or whatever. But, you know, you never go alone. And that's the same with, you know, going into like spelunking, which is cave, you know, you go into caves and exploring caves. You never go alone, which I have. I have to admit, because you know, I'm a thrill seeker and adventurous kind of person too. But yeah, I think, you know, Jack, yeah, you know, it's just being a little bit, and I think what Abe is teaching us a little bit is being a little quick, more quick to, you know, to real, you know, to understand, you know, what's out there spiritually, you know, what situations you might get into, or the people that are behaving, or you know, for, you know, just different instances like that. So not to go on and on about that, but it's yeah, just like you said, you know, you had these thoughts that weren't your thoughts, and that was the Holy Spirit, you know, putting you under, you know, that alertness. You know, wake up, Jack. You know, guess what? There's something coming. You know, this person's something wrong with this person. You know, so anyways, I'll just end there.
Yeah, I noticed that um, after my old lady and my daughter were gone, I noticed those thoughts coming into my head more often, and those thoughts would come into my head. Like I would see a parent with their kid or a parent with their teenager, and I would start to get angry. I would start to get angry because their child was still alive and mine wasn't. And I said to myself, wait, this is not me. This is not who I am. I do not even think like this. So then I started praying and I started trying by and rebuking because in the beginning it was bad like that. And then I haven't gotten those thoughts anymore like that. But I knew that something was trying to influence me.
Well,
And
we get that the footage of when there was around the second day, no, bro, when we got the footage of the thing in front of you.
uh,
Uh, how many days was it after we cut the footage outside our home
oh,
where the
I'm not.
thing tried to attack you? That you went backwards because something was in front of you flying towards you.
Yeah, I'm not sure how soon that was after that. But yeah, so it's important. Like like my brother says, the more that you pray, the more that you talk to God, just like we're talking right now. You don't even gotta pray. You can just talk to Him and thank Him for the day and ask Him to keep you and your family safe and help you and guide your thoughts and your words so that you don't offend anybody. And that gives will give you peace and help you throughout the day when people come at you trying to trigger you and trying to push your buttons. You'll remain calm. Remember, the storm, even though you're in a storm, you'll be calm. But it takes time, and then as the more that you do, then you'll start to realize when these things come at you or others more faster and faster. But the reason that these things have always been there, that the things are ramping up, but they've always been there. People would really never talk about them because people didn't want to say these things because other people will think that they're crazy. That's why I never wanted
Well,
to speak about anything like this, and I would.
well, that's the way it was back in the what was it when they had all those sanatoriums when people were experiencing things and they were locking people up in sanatoriums.
Well, that's when I remember seeing my grandpa um, getting sent to the insane asylum, and I remember my father fighting my uncle because my uncle wanted to save his dad, but my dad wanted to send him to the insane asylum and the rest of his brothers and sisters because,
Tell
you
them
know,
why they wanted to send them.
I'm getting there. You know, um, my grandfather's just like all of us. He lived life. He made mistakes. He committed crimes. He made mistakes, whatever. And when he was old, he was illiterate, right? He was illiterate, so he couldn't read. He couldn't write. But he, my uncles and aunts and them, they would go over there, and he would tell them that that he would be singing a song, and they'll be like, "Hey, where did you learn
You know
this
how to
song?"
play the guitar and everything,
They would be like,
all kinds of instruments.
"Where did you learn this song?" And he would say, "God came and taught it to me, right, bro?"
Yeah,
And his own sons and daughters were like, "No, he's crazy." So his own sons and daughters chained him up and tied him up and called the insane asylum. They took him away. Only my uncle was the only one who was against it, and my dad was fighting them and hitting them, and I was watching through the window. And my uncle never hit my dad. He was only my dad was the only one that was doing all the hitting. And they sent my grandfather to the insane asylum, where at that time, of course, he received shock therapy and whatever else they did to him. When he came back, he wasn't the same man.
They made a story. They made up a story that he was trying to kill my grandmother, and they were lying about that. But that's the story that they stuck with, saying that he was trying to kill her. I don't remember her even being in any kind of danger. So, I mean, we were young. How old were we, bro, when that happened? We're small.
Because when I talked to my uncle years ago, that's why I told my brother, hey, I talked to our uncle and I told him about you, and he told me to tell you that you're not crazy. He told me to tell you that you're just like our grandpa. Our grandpa could see all these things and all this stuff, and so that's what I told my brother. That our uncle told me that, not to tell him that he's not crazy, that he is just like our grandfather.
Spiritually gifted. Just put it this way. When I was in Germany, I met that guy on the sidewalk. He told me that he knew my grandmother and my grandfather. I'm in a foreign country. This guy's talking to me with a different accent, and I ask him, I'm like, in my mind, I'm thinking, this guy's full of shit, right? Bullshit. I'm 19 years old. I'm young, and he's like, okay, what is their names? He said the full names on both of my grandmother and grandfather. Then I asked him a couple other questions. I asked him where am I from. He said what part of Texas I was from. Then he knew all my brother and sister's names, my mother and father's name. That's when I said, I don't know what the in my mind, I don't know who this is, what's going on, but I'm out of here. It was something that I didn't want to know what I was dealing with, whether it was demonic or angelic. I just, you know, walked away. I never went back. I hear people talk about Crowley or something Crowley, I don't know who that was, and I didn't want to find out who it was. So I just left him standing on the sidewalk. He had an umbrella with a hat and a jacket, like a long coat. It was just standing, but he knew everything about us. So how is somebody? I'm in a foreign country. I'm in Germany, in Erlangen, Germany. How is this guy going to know everything about my bloodline? What do you think would be the? How would he know my bloodline? Because it would be something in that nature, right? Something out of the balance, between good and evil. Either was something good or something bad. But the first thing he said, I know your grandmother and grandfather very well. That's what he said. So to me, you know, I felt something bad. So that's why I walked away. And it was cold. So if my hairs were standing up or something, it's because it was cold. So my senses were being obscured by the cold. That it wasn't triggering how it's supposed to be triggered because of the cold air. So what do you think about that one, bro? That
Yup.
he knew them.
That they the the demons, the spirits know. They they know everything. That's why they recognize. It will recognize. They know. Just like Scott Baker said about they'll go the other way. They know because they already know. That's why they leave.
Yeah, that guy you're talking about, Dave, is Aleister Crowley. He was like the head occultist, black magic master of Europe, and I was
Well,
going to make a comment.
it
You
happened to
know,
me in Europe, in Erlangen, Germany. This encounter.
yeah, that Germany has a lot of occultic practices, but there's a this Helen Blavatsky. She went to Tibet to learn about what the monks were doing, and she wrote 3 volumes
Yep. That.
Of books on ISIS, Egyptian, all this sort of stuff. And it's got a lot of occult magic, and she brought all that back, deciphered it into German and English. And, you can look online. They have these 3 volumes and they're like, 2 inches thick each book, hardbound kind of stuff. And, but she worked with that Aleister Crowley, and, he's involved with all the secret societies and all that kind of stuff. But that Germany has, I had a friend that lived here that I met, and he had a library full of these books, and he was in, to the UFO stuff. He was an electrician for the Pasadena Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And, back in California, which were bigger in the occult back then, on, seminars and books and stuff. Look at it today. You see what's happened to California, right? So this is back in, I'm talking about probably the 50s and 60s. This guy was, like a head electrician out there, but, he had all these books. So I'd go up to his house, because I was kind of, I wanted to learn about all this stuff. So, he had all these books and seminars and stuff, and he had done this for like 20 years and stuff, or, and he was like 70, he was retired. And so I would get all these books and just borrow them, and just go through these books real quick that interest me. And it was a full, like a 3-bedroom mobile home, and 1 bedroom was nothing but a study and all these books, so it was kind of like, like a movie you see, somebody like, going into this library, and it's got every single occult book you can imagine, right? So, and not that one, not that Blavatsky thing, or did he have that? I can't remember. But anyways, yeah.
By the way, I want to say something real quick. Shout out to cousin Jesse. He's out of the hospital. He's back home right now. He's still recuperating, but he's at home now. That's a good thing. He's still got to go through therapy and all that. But I'm just doing a shout out if he's listening. He just said he's been listening to the shows and stuff. Me and my brother spoke to him earlier. He just, he's got to do more rehab to get better and stuff like that. But he's back home. So we just want to say thank you for all the prayers and everything like that.
Get better, Jesse. We missed you, buddy.
To heal, and then whenever he wants to come on, just to let me know. I know you love Wednesdays, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yes.
Yeah, and Abe, I just wanted to finish with this. You're mentioning, like, they knew my names, your family names, and all this. Well, this goes back to that generational curses that these demons, they know all these family members going way back. 10 generations. And, these people that, they get on the Ouija board, or they do this and that, and they, or the seance tables and stuff, and they say, hey, do you want to listen to your father, whatever. It's these demons. They're impersonating all these people, but they go back and they know everything about you. They know everything. So, I'm speculating on that, but from what I'm, reading a little bit, but, this thing about what you're saying about they knew the names and stuff. What I just read today, or I was listening today, we may be the generation now to stop this whole generation curses. We may be the people now to cut it off. Whoever's out there, in listening or out there in YouTube, we may be the people right now that are brought. God is using us to cut this generational curses off. So I don't know if that's true, but I look at my family too, and I go back and look at certain things, and it's been proven. This generational curse stuff is the real deal. So again, it's it's under that whole parenthesis spiritual warfare, what we're up against. So, yeah. So I guess I'm done.
Yeah, I removed my Ouija board that was in the family several weeks ago. It's closer to a month. No, it was the June 13th I did that.
Wow.
I remember.
And I got holy water from my church that I grew up in, and I prayed over it, and I did what Abe recommended, which was say I bind, tithe, and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ. I put it in the trash. I made sure it was picked up by the garbage takers with the truck and everything. And communication with family opened up after that. So more of my family that weren't talking to each other for some petty reason or another, they got over it. But it was months that they were at odds with each other. And after I did that, there was healing. So
Amen.
I was seeing immediate success with
Change.
that. Yeah.
That's awesome, brother.
I was
Yeah,
really like apprehensive to do it, but I mean after being on Abe's show here and talking about all of that stuff,
Yeah.
I was like I got to find that thing and get rid of it. And so I'm glad I took action and did that, and it's going to be buried technically in some landfill. I don't know where. It's better I don't know so that nobody can go back and get it, you know. And I'm pretty sure nobody took it out of the trash as a garbage picker, because I waited until like the basically the trucks are around the area. You kind of hear them rolling around. So I'm like, all right, this is a good time to go out there and do that. And that way it's clear. It's not going to find its way back in here. And yeah, I'm just thankful that I was able to hear what all you and Abe and Jesse had to say about how to dispose of them. Because I was thinking maybe setting it afire would do the trick, but you guys said that was not a good idea. So I'm glad I avoided doing that.
Yeah. That's what I did, and look what happened. But I was able to fight it spiritually. The demon appeared. The demon that was talking through the Ouija board appeared in a manifestation. You should have seen his face. How he was trying to change form. He just kept on moving like this real fast, and I kept on praying. I said he was going to change into something horrible. No, I wasn't even worried about manifestation. It was gonna. I just stayed focused on my prayer. And he said he couldn't win, and when it took off, he just disappeared in thin air. It smelled like sulfur. My brother Jack wasn't living with us. He was already living up north at that time when all this happened. He had some experience out there. I'll be right back, guys. I'll let y'all have the platform.
All right.
yeah.
But let's move that the positive things happens once you get rid of it. I'll be right back, fellas.
Okay.
You can share whatever you
Yeah.
want to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit about, the materials, things that you play with, these occult things. I had a Bible study going in my house and stuff, and I still had these New Age books that, I was into this New Age stuff pretty heavily, ufology, all this kind of stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that, because I had an unction that I was catching on, that I was asking, and I wasn't into the Bible, or I was not saved even at that time, and I was asking Jesus, about these books or whatever, and it came up that I had these books in my house. So I had a whole bunch of different books and stuff, and I got rid of them all out of my house. And and then and nothing really happened to me or whatever. But I felt like once you kind of read a book and you kind of put it aside or whatever. But again, it's kind of a residue of you might be tempted to go back and read about this new age stuff. And I was going to bookstores and getting magazines about all this stuff, and I was on shows. I would call in these radio shows, these UFO shows and stuff, and talk to these people. But what I'm getting back to about this person that had all the books, and he was a JPL electrician and stuff, and he went to all these seminars and all this new age stuff that these UFO landings in California and all this stuff back in the 50s and 60s. I suppose that's when it was pretty big, and but he was more of a spiritualist than he was an occultist, and so anyways, I got those books, but I always returned them back to him. But I think it was for my journey. I think it was kind of like God allowed me to say, okay, go and look at all this stuff, but don't get attached to it all. I mean, learn. So I look back on it saying, like, you know what? This is a deception. So how do you know? You have to kind of get in deep with this stuff to find out that later on, as God leads you down the path, that you look back on all that stuff, because then if you're a teacher and these people come and you make friends with people and they talk about, for example, Ouija boards or New Age, the Space Command, Ashtar Space Command, all these entity names, all this New Age, different stuff that, you've already been through it. So
Yeah.
where did it lead you? It leads you to a dead end. Even with ufology, I was an investigator, and I came to the conclusion, it leads you to a dead end. It does not lead you spiritually anywhere. It gives you a lot of knowledge. It opens up like there is a world, that there's other entities out there and stuff. But then you realize, okay, 95% of these UFO investigators, they never bring Jesus Christ on the TV, into movies, seminars, everything. They never bring that name up. Why is that? So when I heard that one guy, he brought that up, and I'm going, man, I remember that too, because I would go to all these seminars and they never talked about this. You heard the New Age people there, and they mixed in with this ufology stuff, and and then the Native American spiritualist stuff. I mean, everything was layered, but you never heard somebody like getting up on a stage and having the Bible in their hand and just like, wrecking the whole seminar, just taking it over. You never saw that. You never heard anything about the Bible, nothing about Jesus Christ, the King of all kings, the Creator, God, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. You never heard this stuff at all. So to me, later in life, I said, wow, what a conspiracy. Mm-hmm. It's the greatest conspiracy, ever. And none of these UFO people, they don't even today, because they're selling their books, they're millionaires. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. So yeah. It's like, and the prince of this world is Satan. So all this stuff is controlled by Satan. All of it. Ufology, their investigators, the researchers, they don't even know it. They don't even know it.
Yeah, it's really difficult. Like, you need to have your own discernment with these researchers. A lot of them are in it for the money. There are some that I'm trying to look into this topic right now, and there's very few who do the objective documentation evidence of like witnesses, what they see, because that's what I'm mostly into right now is visual accounts and experiences with like lights in the sky
Oh
and
yeah.
even even seeing other beings, but we understand that these are mostly demonic and they do not like the name Jesus Christ. But you don't see that written in a lot of this stuff or shown on the show. The
Never.
show, forget about the TV shows. It's all entertainment for the most part.
Yeah.
And if you're looking to kill some time with that stuff, I mean, it's whatever. But you need to understand that this is it's a lot of it's propaganda. There are some books that I found at thrift stores while I was down in Texas where I'm like, "Oh man, I really want to get this." But then I realized the author and the content that was in the book was all propaganda. So then I had the choice of, well, I don't actually need this book, but if I were to have bought it, I would have had to use a lot of my own discernment to read between the lines of what they were saying, where they go and they paint people in a different light than what actually happened in our history. And we to dissect it that far, it was going to take too much time on my half. So I passed on the book. I'm like, I don't have enough mental space to sort all of that out right now. But as
Yeah.
far as like the UFO stuff, like if you've been looking into this stuff more and more, you do end up in a dead end with this because they all like these encounters of like abductions and everything, they end up having a negative reaction to the name Jesus Christ. The aliens do.
Yeah.
If you want to call them aliens, they're interdimensional beings.
They never had that over, like this is 2025, and let's just say 1950 to 2000. Okay, so you're talking 50 years. Let's just say 50 years of ufology. Let's just say that up to 2000. That was never talked about. Jesus Christ.
No, it wasn't.
50 years. 50 years. My God. You know, so look at the money, the disinformation, and, you know, the elites that are in power, you know, just like Abe was saying, something about, you know, this, he was mentioning this guy, Alistair, or no, Crowley or something. And then I'm going like, light bulb went in my mind, Alistair Crowley, the king of all kings in this occult, dark black magic stuff. But, you know, 50 years, and that's just up to 2000. And plus, there's so many of these disinformational researchers that somebody that really is honestly researching this ufology, for example, they got put down and put out of business and made fun of and disinformation, just like today that you have alternative media people that they're believers in Jesus Christ, but guess what? When they go to other channels, Rumble, BitChute, and they interview some of these other people that are getting paid big money. I mean, you're talking like, you know, 100,000, whatever. I mean, more, you know, six figures, whatever. They have these huge channels, huge followings, and when they get to the nitty gritty about Jesus Christ, then that person is banned off that show. Or they'll have disinformational people attacking that person that knows Jesus Christ and saying, this guy is full of it. You know, he's a liar. He's this and that. So this whole thing has been going on, not just ufology, but even today. It's the same cult that is behind doing this stuff now to discredit Jesus Christ. Again, you know, there's only, I only know like 1, 2, 3, like 4 channels in alternate, that are on BitChute or whatever, Rumble, whatever, that are hardcore Jesus Christ, but go on these other shows. Now they're banned. You have to, actually they'll say like this, well, you can come on our show, but there's a password that you need to go into. And, you know, these are like very prominent shows, and they make it so difficult for these people to come back on the show that they can't. So there's an element out there. You know,
They're scared.
Well, it's yeah. It's the Lord is opening up these doors to expose this alternate media too. I'm not talking about MSNBC, that crap. You're talking about big level, people that are the big wigs, and they're all controlled by
You can
dark
call
forces.
them, yeah, you can call them influencers. The ones that are
Yeah.
online on these social media platforms like YouTube. They're out there with these large followings, but they also have a lot of bots that are following them and giving them fake views.
But they'll say Jesus
pads it all
Christ.
up.
They'll say, I believe in Jesus Christ, but when you really corner somebody in Jesus Christ, like you get deep or you ask questions, and then the guest that, he likes that guest, but that guest is totally possessed. And then that possession guest will tell the host, a bunch of disinformation. So he'll get him so clouded in his head that, see how what's going on? This head trip that's going on this alternative media is unbelievable. But again, it's the truth of Jesus Christ. Who was he? What is he? He is the King of all kings, the creator of this whole world. And we're in this world to fight spiritual warfare against these imposters that are, you see the regular media now, they're starting to wake up a little bit, but they're not going to come forward. I mean, some of them do. They come forward and say Jesus Christ, but you have to be this 100%. And guess what? These channels, they don't get paid. The people that aren't getting paid, those are the people that really believe in Jesus Christ, and they're not selling, gold. They're not selling, trinkets and, all this kind of stuff.
It's not going to be rewarded in monetary value by you expressing your belief and trust in Jesus Christ. It's going to be something where you are taking a risk today doing that, and you have to be okay with it, because there's going to be a lot of pushback. I know these people, these other influencers that are going on these high profile shows like Joe Rogan, they go on there and they try to weasel out of the Jesus Christ conversation by saying I'm agnostic. I believe there's a God, but I'm not sure where I lie in terms of religion. It's like they're all wishy-washy. And it gives them a pass to talk about all of these, like, ancient civilizations from 10,000 years ago. It was built by the aliens, and they came down here with they go on it. They got like 20 seasons of Ancient Aliens. And that George Tsoukalos, or whatever his name is, with the wild hair, he's a great talker, and he's very enticing. But like, look for where his foundations are. Look where these people are coming from. If they're pushing all of this information out without discussing Jesus Christ, you should be questioning where their loyalties lie. Because if they're not with Jesus Christ or Heavenly Father Creator, then they're definitely looking at something else, especially Satan and Lucifer. And if they're not saying the one name, like if they're not saying Jesus Christ, but they're saying Satan, like there's a problem there. They're negating specific words, and I think using our own discernment is going to help us weed out all of this, the slop that they're putting out here. There's so much content. Like, we'll never be able to watch all the content in the world at this point. There's just too much.
But one of the most reliable tests is the name of Jesus Christ, whether they have an adverse reaction to it. Because anyone, any Christian or anyone who's at least on neutral or trying to do good, they don't react adversely to the name of Jesus. But if you're on the other camp, then you fear him. You got this. You don't want to talk about him, or you want to cheapen his name. And that's what happens with a lot of New Age stuff as well, because I did dive into that as well. And then I
Yeah, I
found
mean,
they had a bunch of ascended masters. It's and they all lumped together like Jesus, like Buddha, and some other guys who were highly spiritual, but they put them
yeah.
all on the same level. Well, meanwhile, you got the Trinity. They should be above. They should not have some random guy thinking like he's on the same level as Jesus. I mean, the random guy may be good, but he's not Jesus. Because there's like a vast difference between the actual Son of God and some guy who just does well.
Well, I think with the podcast today, the 70s, 80s, we didn't have the podcast to call out the, the New Agers or call out the, ufologists, disinformationalist people. These podcasts are out there today. They're actually doing that, So, there's a platform now for us, for people to like. We got our chance now. This is our chance, to come back. You hit us down, we got up, but now it's our chance, to bring, the King of all kings into this and go back and expose all this. I mean, you had to buy books. A lot of people had these books about, and they did bring Jesus Christ out, but you had to buy this stuff. Today it's free. It's all on the internet. And we have an opportunity now to interface. This is what we're doing here. We're talking about the Lord as, exposing and me as being caught up in all that New Age stuff and being a researcher and all this different facets of, the spirituality stuff, that I can look back on it now. And, it was a phase that I went through. But again, I'm just going to repeat myself before. I think the Lord was leading me, to, okay, Scott, learn about this stuff, check it out and everything. But down the road, you're gonna come to a point where it's going to be a dead end, but you're gonna be able to tell people, that Ouija board, UFO researching, because these people don't even know what they're getting into.
I mean, it's good to gather knowledge as long as you don't get tempted.
Yeah, it's good to get all that knowledge, but it comes to a point where God is teaching us that side. And like Abe was saying, he was learning this stuff at 3 years old. So now he's got the skin of a rhinoceros that, he's tough. So, with us, or I'm just speaking for myself,
my brother
learning
remembers
all this stuff, it's kind of like now I know it's all BS. It's all BS. It's all a trickery. It's all, this the New Age.
they're within society.
Yeah.
When people want to say aliens, the DDN, the demons are in society, and they infiltrate. They can infiltrate, or should I say, manifest to look like an alien, to look like a fairy, because they know what a person believes in, right? So if a person believes in a fairy or in a leprechaun or aliens or Bigfoot, it's going to manifest to what a person believes, to see if it can find a spiritual opening to attach or possibly attack.
Yeah.
That's what
Even
they do. They're
like
good
in
at that. They're within society.
For me, it's
What
better
do you
to
think?
not.
Like you're talking about Joe Rogan, right? All those things that they do in the UFC. You know how the guys beat themselves up.
Mhm.
So that's a vessel right there. So if that vessel gets from all the blows to the head, he can think straight. Well, that's an opening just by them being beat up, that they can think straight. They start having Alzheimer's or whatever the case. That's an opening for the demon to attack and enter that vessel, in which is there to eliminate, right? So those things, when I see whether it's UFC, boxing, or any kind of thing where there's physical contact like that, there's those things we're waiting just to see if they can attack.
Yeah,
One
those
of the
slap
things they
contests
use
too.
is anger. right? When they're fighting, they get mad. As a spiritual opening.
Yeah.
People seeing the show, they're like, "Oh, that's bloody, it's gory." You know, when they a broken leg, broken arm, they freak out. If they only knew that even the people in the audience are getting affected by it because the demonic spirits are transferring themselves to everybody that's viewing because they're involved in all that stuff. So I kind of got disappointed with Trump when he brought uh, Dana White and all that because that's not what we're supposed to be. You know, he claims that that the bullet grazed on the Jesus Christ, but then he's affiliated with the UFC, and that discourages me right there because that's not what we're supposed to do. We're all brothers and sisters in Christ. Doesn't matter where we come from, what nationality, what country, or what. We're all brothers and sisters in Christ.
And we're
Everybody
and
around the world, brothers and sisters in
and
Christ. It's just
and,
people
and
have to
Abe,
wait.
yeah,
But a president is a president. They're not going to go full, like Brother Steven was saying. They're not going to full acknowledge Jesus Christ or Heavenly Father because they're being grabbed from the. I'll say it like this: they're the grass from the nuts because there's other higher anarchy that's in charge of them, so they can only do so much. So when they bring Jesus Christ into the equation, just to get the votes to win the election.
Well,
It
I'd like to share something too on that. Like, running for office drains a person of a lot of their energy. And I can speak on that because I've ran for office twice. And the amount of negativity that was thrown my way was unbelievable. I was always drained of my energy when I was running for office. And I was trying to get people to like vote for me, right? I have to convince people to vote for me and what I am offering to do for the public. But then there's the whole other side that doesn't want you to win, and they are making up stories and they're making you stress out over the lies that they're putting out there. And then you have to, or you feel the obligation to defend yourself, which you should defend yourself, but don't get yourself caught up in it where it's making you upset, it's making you cry, it's making you want to like beat someone up, even though like you're not going to go do that. All of those thoughts and the energy, it's just it's overwhelming, and it zaps people of their energy.
Well,
And
Steve, I wanted to add a little bit about that, about zapping your energy. This is a theory. I mean, this is a hypothetical, but that these people are being influenced, that are negative, right? They're these people that are coming against you, But can you imagine what if there's 10 people in your political system that, you're arguing with or whatever's happening. But what if there's like 50 demons that Satan's bringing, his troops in because, you're a problem here.
they're
You're a
acting through
problem.
them. I have
Yeah.
a story to share about that too. So
Yeah, 50 demons. I mean, let's just say there was 100. I mean, what if you knew that? Wow. What if you saw like your eyes, you could see all this and stuff? You're going like, I mean, I'm just sarcastically saying I wouldn't like if I was like you, I'm getting out of here, But what if that's really happening?
it is.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
yeah.
So like I was assigned by a this was like what 4 years ago now. I was assigned by a library board to do like a technological audit of their like broadcasting system for the live board meetings. So I had to walk in with one of the trustees into the library to go and inspect it in person, right? And I get into the library and I'm walking through this connective corridor that has like a little kitchen and everything. It goes into the main meeting room. And there was an employee there that did not like me, did not like the trustee. They were in the other camp of like, oh, like you guys are, they were calling us evil, okay? But when I walked past them, they hissed at me.
Oh wow.
They hissed. And I'm like, wow, I'm dealing with something else here. Like they're like what you were saying, Scott, they have demons in them.
Yeah,
And
you
they
got the
don't like us. They don't like us one bit.
You got the
Yeah,
possum hiss.
there, bro.
When
They
I was at
literally
the
did the like they hissed at me.
You got the possum hiss.
at the
Yeah.
restaurant, and then I had nails in my food.
What's
Yep.
that, Jack?
I said that's what a waitress did to me. Uh, me and my old lady. Time we went to a restaurant, and the waitress was coming, and the waitress hissed like that, just like you did it. And then
Wow.
we got our food. I was eating it, and then I felt something hard, and it was human nails in my food.
Oh.
And I told the owner. We knew who the owner was, and I told the owner, and the owner grabbed it, and then he put it in his mouth and bit it. And he said, "That's not nail, that's onion." I know what a nail is, and I know if that wasn't no onion. No,
Wow.
human nails, the same size, and you could tell by looking at them that they were human nails. And that was
Do
the
you-
last time I went to that restaurant.
Do you think it was their own nails that they put in there?
Probably.
It's a form of witchcraft. That's witchcraft. When they put the nails in your food or hair.
Wow.
It's under witchcraft. Or they're practicing. They're witches, and they see people with the light.
But she did the same hiss that you heard. That was the same hiss, because they got those things in them.
Yeah, it was like a cat, but like not really. It was because it was coming from a person. And it's like it's so silly thinking of it like objectively, but when you put all of this that we're talking about to it, it's definitely there's demons
all
living
adds
inside these people. Yeah.
It all adds
I think
up.
I think I have a video or something that you're talking about this. You know who Terrence is? Terrence Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah. He posted something today, and I was looking at it, and I said, "Man, that chick looks like she's possessed because of the way she was acting." Let me see if I can, if I got it here. If I even posted it, I think I posted it on. Here we go. I'm gonna send it to us so y'all can see it. So what we're talking about right now. I had downloaded it because I was like, man, there's something weird with this lady. So check it out. Let me add it on here. Okay.
Yeah, it's over the past year or so I haven't done any political like campaigns. I helped out I think the last time was in November, so it's getting close to a year. And I made the decision. I told the people that I used to help with all of that. I told them I can't do this anymore. I need to focus on my video work and everything. And I also needed to heal my back because I had thrown out my back last July. And just doing anything standing was painful. And they wanted me to walk from house to house and put door hangers on. Like all of the time and energy, again, the time that you put into all of this stuff, it adds up.
Here we go, guys.
What in the world?
And my dancing I sent to you, I believe on my dancing to music, on my submission. Please forgive me. I can't do it to music.
What in the world?
And my dancing I sent to you, I believe on my dancing to music, on my submission. Please forgive me.
No.
I can't do it
It's
to
crazy,
me.
ain't it?
It's looping. It's looping. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. God damn.
Oh, she's having a jolly good time there.
So that's a demonic possession. That's
Yeah,
not that person doing that. And
she's
the way
being,
that they're talking so softly afterward, that is not somebody that's doing that. That's something else.
yeah,
I'm
and
very convinced.
when it says please forgive me, it's kind of like making fun of, because forgiveness is part of love. So it's kind of like making fun of Jesus Christ, and it starts, like it's got full control of the body.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah.
woman needs to be.
They're not even like moving in a natural way. They're going all over the place. That was disturbing to watch, by the way. Abe, thank you for turning that off. That was like, wow.
I just had to share with y'all, man. I seen it
No,
earlier.
people do
Glad he
that.
said, "What the hell
There's
did I
more
do?"
than just that person that's doing that right now. Yeah, it's wild.
Was it the same type of haze you received from the
Mhm.
political party?
Yeah, and this was like an employee working for the library. It's like, wow. But when like they're all involved in this type of stuff where if they feel like they're being liberated, but they're being enslaved to these demons. And this they preach that they don't hate anyone, but then they do that stuff. So like, where do they stand? They're more they're selfish, and then um their actions that go ahead and turn out to be like that with the hissing and
If I
stuff.
hear a cat meowing tonight, I will not open the door because it'll probably be that lady trying. I have to rebuke her in Jesus Christ's name.
You don't want
No,
to feed her.
you could tell she's demonized, man. She's not even acting, man. You could tell there's something wrong with her.
Yeah.
Well, she had that
Um.
outfit on. She had the outfit on. These people wearing these outfits now. Pretending that they're animals. That whole thing
Oh
about
yeah.
California primarily. Well, she had a cheetah outfit on, and she was pretending to be. But see, the thing of it is, this is what Satan does. He uses that kind of deception. Plus, when she says, bless me, or whatever she said, again, it's not mocking. It's just, again, these are like these, to throw everybody like, oh, she's drunk, she's high, it's one of those things that the normal common person says, she needs to go see a psychiatrist, or, that sort of thing. And so that's what Satan, he's always using another slant for the believers, that even it may even throw the believers off,
Well,
So
and this, yeah, I want to add into that, and this may make some of the women in the audience here not happy about it, but the cat print, the leopard print, all of that is programming with the sexuality portion of
yeah,
all this too, which is also demonic. And
The
she's
deer
wearing a
woman.
full bodysuit of that thing in that clip, so it goes hand in hand with it.
yeah, it's all that bestiality, concept of, porn industry, uh, which is actually, I think it's run out of Canada. But that's, you know, uh, that's multi. What's funny about that industry is I watch a lot of hockey, and streaming, and their ads are the money that's funding the ads are from the porn industry. These ads that come up, and a lot of this through Google, it's funded by that industry.
Yeah.
So, we got a lot of work to do.
I'm curious, what companies are you seeing with the hockey advertisements? Like what companies would be doing it?
Well, I stream stuff, so it'll say free streaming.
Okay, so
But
it's not on TV then. Okay.
no. I got rid of
Okay.
my TV, man. After the mind control business that was going on, and then the ticker tape. I used to just watch that, and then I knew CNN it's all programmable, and this is going back to 90, and 99 or whatever. and I just got rid of my TV. But you know, I'm I'm a sports guy. You know, I like watching my sports. But these ads that come up, because you have to go through when you're streaming a game, it's like you've got to go through several windows, because there's commercials that are layered.
Yeah.
They're layered, and it's kind of like you'll see like a pop up, like a porn thing, like something, and it's like, and then I go into research this stuff, and it's they're paying these ads, these companies, this industry is paying, and it's a billion dollar industry, and then it also encompasses all that child trafficking, this whole thing,
Yeah.
it's the biggest money making thing that there is, and
To add,
it's it's
yeah,
Sister
it's
Rain says,
unbelievable.
"Oops, guilty.
So this
I
stuff is
collect more animal prints."
this stuff is I mean, you know, it's you can't get away from it. I mean, and you'll have protection, for cyber protection and all that, but there's a lot of that stuff is can be hacked through, and you go on to chats on like sports, like sport chats and stuff, and it's like, I'm not doing that again, and because you got links on there or something, you hit the wrong link or whatever. I mean, it's unbelievable.
yeah.
So you've got to be careful on all that streaming. But I love my sports, and but yeah, just getting back to this hissing, I call it the possum hiss.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's yeah, I mean, this physical nature. Let me just say a real quick thing before I forget. Abe was mentioning about physical things happening to people and stuff, and I remember this when I was working at the sports store. The boss's son got really mad, and his eyes turned red, man. And I wasn't saved or anything back then, but again, it's something that I can look back on, saying like, he had an attachment, and I had a little story yesterday that something was attached to me, Abe, that at the store where I, confessed to that guy that I apologized because I was doing a prank, because the other guys were doing pranks on me. So I continued this, but it's a spirit jumping, it's isn't Gabe, or Abe, you said something about the jumping of the demons. They jump on people, or I had one.
They're in spirit form, so they glide and go into people.
Yeah, I had one, because when the Lord said something subliminal to me, saying, you better apologize to this guy, because you're doing the same thing they did to you. And when I said that, I felt like a monkey, like a backpack, taking a backpack off my back. The weight was lifted. The weight was lifted off my back.
The video that I got here, where I'm sitting down doing a show, and it just comes and goes right through me, like trying to find an opening, but I think I rebuked it or something. I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, the video where I'm sitting down doing the show, and a shadow passes right through me.
Yeah.
You know which one it is, Scott Baker, right?
What's that? What'd you say?
The one where it passes right beside me while I'm doing a live in my room.
That was yesterday, wasn't it?
Well, no, it's an old video. Where I'm in the room.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned that.
I guess it's an example that we can use. They can come at you in spirit form and try to attack. Because they're always trying to find you all want the full speed? I can put the full speed. Okay. I'll put it on right now. Okay. Let me share this so y'all can see what I'm talking about. There you go.
Staying physically active. You don't have to
lift a lot of weights. You don't have to go for long runs. So long you're doing something.
Yeah,
Have
yeah,
y'all seen
yeah,
that, brother, sister?
Mm-hmm.
yeah. For some reason, I missed that, Abe.
They like. I
You
don't know
had
if y'all
said
seen
that, but I
that.
never saw it.
I just seen like a dark shadow figure pass right in front of me.
And you react to it
And
live.
it went past me
Yeah,
by the line.
Yeah, I was. Like I said, I'm able to see them.
Is staying physically
yeah.
active. You don't have to lift a lot of
It's got that
weights. You don't
gift,
have
you know.
to go for long runs. So long you're doing something. Oh, y'all seen that, brothers sisters? Something is pissed off. So they like. I know y'all seen.
So we're gonna go. I'll put it in slow motion. Here, let me pause it so you can see when it's passing.
Yeah, it's trying to jump on you.
He came out of the closet. Did it pass already here? Let's see. Oh, there it is.
Can you stop it somewhere?
I think it's here somewhere. Let me see. I think I went too far up. There you
There.
go.
Wow.
Yeah, dark energy.
Yeah. So that's how they. I used to see them in church, jumping into people. They're in disembodied form, but they move very fast, man. That you know me because I've been dealing with it for so long that I know what they do. So I'm actually able to see them. Like or sense them spiritually. Let me stop sharing this. I was trying to give you an example. Let me go back to you. Oh, here we are.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that when we have interactions with other people and talk, and even if we're in public and we get approached by confrontational people that have these attachments, it's a good thing to just take a moment to understand that you are powerful as your being and with your faith in Jesus Christ and the Heavenly Father Creator. And that demon that is trying to get a rise out of you, or they're angry themselves, you can pacify that. You can try to make the situation not as escalated as the demon wants it to become.
Yeah, they
You could
know.
you could really put it to rest and not have it get out of control. And I've
Well,
noticed that a few times recently dealing with this stuff.
yeah, yeah, just stay calm and relax, and use your love foundation, and you could say God bless you. They don't like it when you say God bless you
Oh,
because
no
it's out of
way,
love.
man. You want
Anything
to
out
put
of
some.
love, bro. You could say I love you, brother, or I love you, sister, or you could say I pray you, or our Father, or you could say I tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name that the demon, the attachment is going to flee. That the person is not even going to remember what happened
That's
because
another thing.
yeah,
People say they don't remember saying things to other people.
yeah,
Then who was saying it?
yeah. They're not going to remember. I've run into it. Most of the people that I'm not going to say exercise, but I'll say rebuke it, which is kind of like exercising because the demon flees. Check it out. I went early in the morning. Went to go eat me some breakfast. It was like 7 in the morning. I was hungry. I said, you know what? Let me go inside the taqueria. So I sit down. I'm by myself. There's hardly anybody there, right? So I get my plate. I'm getting ready. I put some salt and pepper, and I'm looking at my food. When I look up, there's a lady standing there right in front of me, a black lady, an African American lady, should I say. She's looking at me, but her eyes are rolled back white. And it's like,
where did she come from? I didn't even hear the door open. So I'm eating and she's just staring at me, with her eyes rolled back white. I know she already has a negative attachment. So I finish my food and I get up, and the only thing she has in front of her is a Coke. So I go and I look at the waitress, and I can sense the negative energy, and I don't want to freak out the waitress in the restaurant. So I say, go tell her that she can get anything she wants to eat. It's on me. So when the girl goes tell her that, she growls at her like growls at her, and the girl freaks out. And then she said no, she don't want nothing, and she just stays sitting right there. And I was waiting for her to come outside or go outside, so I could talk to her, try to rebuke it out of her, but she never came back outside out of the restaurant. She stayed sitting there in place.
Wow.
And but I've been in, and it was just freaked out, man. But you can tell because through spiritual law, the it's going to identify itself to you. The demon is, but it was showing me they had full control of that girl or the lady. I believe she might have been homeless. So yeah.
Yeah, actually, so when I was visiting Susie's ranch down in Texas just a few days ago, she showed me this video, and it's available online on YouTube. But this man was blind for 15 years, and he had a priest go and basically rebuke the demon out of him. But he was having a conversation with this demon, asking who they were, what they were doing, and it said that it had been with this man for a very long time, possibly since birth. And over time, this man lost his vision, so he couldn't see anything. He was blind. And this demon was starting to talk when he was talking with the priest about how, like, there's many of us, and that there's multiple
Mm-hmm.
that can take possession of one person. They said something like, for every one of you, there's 6 of us, type of thing. And that could be a fear mongering thing that the demon does to try to gain
But
power over us.
the spiritual opening.
Yeah. So this man had a spiritual opening, and this thing was talking through him to this priest. And the priest rebuked the demon out of this guy. And after that was over, he was smiling and said, I could see now for the first time in 15 years. So this demon was taking his vision away. It was impairing him to the point where he couldn't see. And there's other people that I think are many people that are experiencing the same thing. And these demons do get in by sin. So through people sinning, these demons see these openings and they jump in, and it's not just one, it could be multiple.
Yes.
And at first people can live on their lives without noticing it for a long time, but eventually it's going to manifest itself and present itself like they're cocky. They want people to know who they are, that they're doing this, and they think it's funny because it's mocking Jesus Christ. But it's like a 38-minute video. It's online. Just look up for the keywords I mentioned in this. But I'm thankful for Susie to have shown me that. And we had a really deep conversation about all of that just a few days ago. So this is all real fresh to me.
Yeah, I think I have here where I need to find it. I'm looking for it where I'm just doing exercise, and I see this woman come out of the woods and she approaches me, and you could tell she has a negative attachment, but I'm trying to find the video of when it happened. That's what I'm looking for, so I can, go to that spot and share it with y'all. Y'all can talk whatever you want to talk about, brother.
Yeah, I guess going back to the animal print and leopard print stuff, I know Rain said that she likes wearing that stuff. We're all like, we're programmed from an early age to like certain things. And so I don't blame anyone here personally for like the things they like to do and don't like to do. But like 13 years ago, like 2012, I was researching all this stuff about the sex kitten programming in Hollywood, and it had a lot to do with the leopard print, with the clothing that they wore, the handbags that they had, the collections of art that they would uh, acquire. It all had to do with like the cat type of skin, and it's not just like a playful thing in the bedroom type of thing. It's more of a conditioning these women to be submissive to these demons and to have these openings. And a lot of it has to do with the child trafficking. And so they try to hit these girls at a young age with this stuff so that they think it's normal when they're adults. And then you see what, like Abe just showed us, this this older woman that's on all fours hissing at someone. Like that is in no sense normal. And that was an extreme version of it. But it's definitely a thing. It's a part of programming where they've been for a long time trying to openly sexualize our children. And it's to the point now where it's very obvious that it's going on. But back in 2012, it was still kind of under the radar. And I had noticed it with the Dark Knight Rises film, because they have Anne Hathaway, who played a Disney princess, be dressed up as a cat. And I'm sorry if that spoils anything. If you like Batman or whatever, or Christopher Nolan, I don't care at this point. Because I treat Hollywood as entertainment now, and I hardly watch it anymore to begin with. Like I said, I just watch pro wrestling at this point.
Check out this video, man. I cut it down to the 3 minutes when, because I could see where she came from, where she came out of the woods. When we talk about shapeshifter skinwalkers or people with negative attachments, let me share the video. It's like 3 minutes long. See, I can find it.
Yeah, Madeline is mentioning about the Nickelodeon stuff. That's just, I don't have words for it right now. But the producer and the directors that were running these Nickelodeon shows, they were also sexualizing the children too, and they were coming out and speaking against it. And especially while it was happening, there were some cast members. This one, I forget his name, but he was standing up against this middle-aged guy that was hitting on all of these prepubescent girls. And it's like, dude, like, what are you doing? Like, the guy would go to sit down next to the girl, and the one that was trying to protest all of this dark shit going down, he'd go and sit in between the middle of them to like stop them from interacting and all of that stuff. So he was sacrificing his own safety with these people, because you don't know what they're going to do if they don't get what they want. We've heard of these people killing other people because they can't get with children, or they're denied that opportunity. So they're in these high positions at studios like Nickelodeon, where they have this stuff happen, and they're afraid to speak out against it because they're going to lose their livelihood. It's just really twisted.
Here we go. I'm fixing to put it on there. Let me know y'all can see it.
I can see it.
Oh, man.
I know I'm only like a mile and a half away because I was 4 miles away 3 miles ago. My phone's dead and all the white assholes are treating me like a hook.
Oh, man.
I know I'm only like a mile and a half away because I was 4 miles away 3 miles ago when I came off industrial.
Yeah.
But if I go the wrong way, I'm not going to catch my ride. I'm not going to be able to get to Belton. And I got to meet somebody at 6 o'clock. It's already 2 o'clock. They get out of work at 4 o'clock. And I got to get to this bridge near Ira Young.
Ira Young.
I can't. It's like a mile from here. That side is downtown Temple. Yes.
This is downtown Temple. You go down this road to the left. This downtown Temple.
Yeah.
It takes you downtown Temple.
Yeah, but I don't want to go to the White Tweaker area.
Oh.
I want to stay going towards Belton.
Yeah, Belton is, if you, I-35, you follow it down, that's Belton.
Right, except I'm not allowed on the highway.
Yeah.
So, God damn it.
So the best way is just to go on the
I'm 30 cents short on another fucking drink.
Yeah.
And I need to go to sleep. I need to get to there without
Yeah, I don't have my
seeing anyone I know. Oh, I got my debit card, but I'm not paying 24 cents for a soda or walking my ass all over town when I could get a ride if I could just go charge my car.
Yeah.
But I know, I'm like, if you could Google it, this maps, Ira Young, and just tell me just point. Because at night I go blind. And I already got hit.
Yes.
I
Shoot.
know, it's like right over here.
What is it, a bridge or something you're trying to get
It's
to?
a road, just like the route, just like General Bruce. But if I'm on the wrong side of the highway, it's more Belton, not Temple.
Yeah, Belton is that way.
Right, and so is downtown Temple. And I came from all the way that way.
Yeah.
I don't want to go back. I don't want to go to Nugent. I don't want to go that way.
I was making a live, but I could get off a live.
I'm sorry. I just want to know. I want to avoid the tweakers I was dealing with.
All right. I'm walking and do spiritual live.
Same here. And that's why I'm on the right side.
Yeah,
you can't save some people.
No, I've seen the tweakers over there downtown. I like going to the park.
They just assaulted me last night. I've been feeding these people for years. I was their jailer. I put one of us in prison for raping them. And, the thanks I get because they're addicts is you got another dollar, you got this, you got that. And when you say no because you don't want to have sex and they treat you like one of them, now I'm going to get a murder charge. Because, it's only count.
Yeah.
But I do have to leave this to this awful walk at 3:30. It took me 3 days to walk there the last time. And this is what I've got, and I don't even drink this. I need to eat, I can eat later.
Yeah.
I'm not taking anything I can't carry. And I just found this out.
Oh, wow.
But I live in West Palm. I live here 10 years. But you can turn around and go to the other side of the highway. Backwards.
Yeah.
This way, I have to go to Lions.
North.
That's where I get to do access road. And I crossed over on accident. I was on North 3rd, and then somewhere around Nugent and Danny's and Asbury on West Adams, I got stuck all traveling on inside industrial for like 3 hours.
Let me see if I can find the location.
It comes right up. Very young.
The location.
It comes right up for like 3 hours.
Let me see if I can find the location.
For like 3 hours.
Let me see if I can find
I got stuck all traveling on inside industrial for like Asbury on West Adams. I got stuck.
What are we looking for here, Abe?
No, I was just showing you this lady here. I seen her coming out of the woods, man, and she said through the video that sometimes we can't save everybody, all the people, but she basically come out of the woods and she was telling me that she had to go to Belton. Belton is like in a distance. She got no vehicle. She's coming out of the woods. I don't know what she was doing in the woods.
She's giving you crap about giving her 30 cents. Did I hear that right too? Like
no. She I didn't give her 30 cents.
But that's what she was asking for, on top of like getting a ride somewhere.
I didn't make no contact with her or nothing because there was something weird about her.
Yeah.
And I would just let her say what she said, but you heard her when she said sometimes you can save everybody.
Yep. I heard her say that. It was a very directed thing, I think.
Exactly. So I just wanted to share this video with you. Where
I noticed
I run into some people, man, and they'll send a message because they're being used. So they'll send a message.
Yeah. they're trying to get a reaction out of you too. If this was some sort of entity that came out of the forest and was talking to you, when it was trying to appeal to your emotions, I saw you just like look out in the distance, and then the wind came in, like it was trying to just muffle her nonsense that she was saying to you to try to get a rise out of you. But you like you looking off in the distance, like, oh yeah, here we go again. This
Yeah, it's like, here we go, another
they're trying to get me again. Yeah.
Like I said, I'm used to it, man. And I said, here we go. And you heard what you said. Sometimes you can save everybody.
They wanted you to agree with them, but you didn't.
I didn't respond. Well, what y'all didn't see in the video is when we started walking, I had this mineral of protection, and I gave it to her. You know, she put her hand like this, and I put it in her hand, and I said, "You know what that is?" And she's like, "Yeah, I know what this is." You know, like she said it a certain way, and then I said, "Well, you have a blessed day," and she just looked at me, gave me this weird look, and I walked away from her, and she went wherever she was going to.
Back into the portal, right?
But you heard what you said. She said you can't save everyone or everybody. The way she said it,
trying to discourage you.
Yeah, because you know, I was doing a spiritual live and talking positive on the phone, and I seen her come out of the woods, man. The way she was walking, when she come out of the woods, she was walking weird. But then she came down a dirt road, and I said, okay, I'm going to move from her path and go to the opposite side of the road, which I did. Then she goes and gets right there by me, and I'm like, okay, here we go,
Who do we have here? Welcome.
Sailor Nemesis.
Sailor, okay. How you doing?
Andres says,
doing well.
He said, I heard her voice echo itself like two people talking. That's what he said.
Ooh.
That's what Andres said.
On the video.
On the video.
The video that Abe just showed everyone. Yeah.
Oh man, dude, that one with that cat lady. As soon as she started speaking, I muted it because I don't know. I didn't want nothing affiliated with that crap in my house.
Well, I was just showing them a video how they approached me out of nowhere, just to see what I'm going to say. If they can find a spiritual opening, When she says you can't save everybody, it's like trying to install that in me, and it's like I didn't accept it, so I just look away from her.
So let me get this straight. The story that this lady that came out of the forest, she stumbled out of the forest. She approached you. She knew that you were doing a spiritual live. She asked you for.
She didn't know that I was doing a spiritual live.
Oh, she didn't. Okay.
No,
because I thought, well, like after you told her that, then she was like, oh yeah, well I know that, and then like you were supposed to give her 30 cents or something, but on top of that, she needed a ride somewhere that's like really far away, and then it's just just a tumbling thing of just one thing after another. It's like which thing will work on you, right?
Yeah.
Like what is going to garner your sympathy to help her out, basically. That's wild.
I didn't offer her a ride. I didn't make contact with her because I felt that. Well, I mean, the way she came out of the woods, was the first thing. Like, whoa! I mean, I literally see her come out of the woods, like she had said that she was asleep in the woods.
Wow.
I guess homeless. But yeah, you heard all the stuff she was saying about she was going to meet this guy, meet this other guy, meet this other guy.
Yeah, she said she was just assaulted the other night, and now she's going to go out and meet all these people again.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. What?
Yeah.
So, are you thinking that was just a truly misguided person, or was this an entity that was trying to like manipulate you?
Trying to manipulate me, like inner. It wasn't trying to show itself, so it was just throwing me all kinds of stories, to keep me distracted from what was. That's why I was looking around, if you see me, I was looking around to make sure there was nothing else,
Yeah.
because trying to come at my way. That's why I stayed alert. Just put it that way.
Yeah.
And I did pray uh, for her. We never made contact. I pray for her. The Our Father, pray for her for the Heavenly Father to guide her and all that. Later on, when we walked back, but I didn't record that part, or maybe I did. No, that was as far as I went. That was the end. The end was the end. But yeah, I prayed for her, and when I prayed for her, she just looked at me. I could see the demon looking at me, and I could see like in her where you could see the sharp teeth and all that. Uh, but I just pray for her. I don't know whatever happened to her. I feel bad, but I always run into the things that are in them coming and approach me or confront me because the works that I do. So they come at me to try to discourage me to do the talking about you can save everybody. I know I can't save everybody, but I'm gonna try. Do God's work, try to help out as many people as possible to awaken them, so they'll be able to fight for themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, she said she had gotten sexually assaulted the night before. That's what she said. But then, which made no sense, was that she was going to go meet another guy, another guy, and another guy, and another guy. Like, well, it was just, that's what they do. They cause confusion. Yeah, they can cause confusion. If they can cause confusion, division. But I think that girl they had full control over. Like, I don't know, man.
That's not the usual reaction after you've been assaulted. If you've just been assaulted, you will stay away from
I'll see
anyone,
if I can take a. I'm gonna
especially men.
take a screenshot of it so you can see her face. But I'll let you all talk now. Let me just yeah, go ahead. Man, that you can tell when there's something wrong, and just once that alerting, I kept on looking at the camera, lifting my eyes for the viewers that were watching that day. A lot of them were saying that there was something wrong with her.
I mean, I've known people who had that happen, and they will always stay away from people, but especially men. So it wouldn't make sense. Like, oh yeah, this just happened, but I'm gonna meet a bunch of other guys. Like that's not usual.
Yeah, I agree with that, Texas. Because I mean, I know women that have had that happen to them, and they're not comfortable with sharing any of that, especially to a stranger.
Yeah, I mean, I was just walking on the street. I'm gonna take a little screenshot of her face. You can see. I felt she had a negative attachment on her, but it looked like she got bruises on her neck and everything, man. Like she was saying that she got assaulted. Uh, you can see the. Let me. I mean, you only see her towards the end. It looked like she got a big old bruise on her neck area, man. Let me see. I can make a. I want to make a short reel so you can see the bruise, the close up of her. Man, the homeless go through a lot of stuff.
I bet they see a lot of stuff too. I've talked to a few different people that were on the street, and I got a few very unsettling stories from them. I know here in California that they were Here's a ring, you stupid thing. They were feeding the homeless to the dogmen.
The dogman.
Yeah, in Santa Cruz. I don't know if it's my thing echoing or what. Let me try to put my easel on.
Yeah, there's feedback coming through from someone's mic.
Yeah, it was only when
You know
Sailor
what?
was talking.
It might be the video. Let me make sure it's off.
Did anyone hear an echo on my end? Or just when Sailor was talking?
Just when Sailor is talking, I'm not sure where that would come from.
It's not me, is it, bro?
It must have
No,
been
I don't
mine
think so.
because I had shut my
Yeah, just like
Let, let me
Madeline
make
says
sure
in the...
I think. How about now? It might have been the video that I might have had on still. Is it better? Talk, Sailor.
It's gone now.
Let me shut off this other one. Make sure all the things are shut off.
She may need to come back in. You know.
Yeah, that might fix that.
Your volume's way down, Sailor. I hardly hear you.
Let me see if I can help from this end. How about there? Yeah, she sounds very far away.
Yeah, her connection's bad. She gotta shut down and come back in.
It was fine a few minutes ago. Yeah, as Chad is saying, the homeless are indeed easy targets.
No, Sailor, your volume's really low now, but I think the echo is still there. I think either you have the window open where you're getting the audio fed back into the microphone.
Yeah,
I don't know how
Yeah,
to
that's
fix it.
never happened. That's never happened before. When I use my phone, but I don't know. I guess I'll try to come back. I'll go out and try to come back in.
No, you're good
But
right
you're
now.
fine now.
You're all right now.
Yeah, you're good.
It sounds good now.
It's fine now.
It
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
It must have been the lady with the what, that outfit. the send a
Oh
negative
no!
eye.
Don't say that.
Oh boy.
I'm just playing.
No.
Well, you know, things can transfer, man. If there's a negative, they can transfer that way through
That's
pictures, through
why I didn't
audio.
want whatever she was
So let's
saying in my house.
we type bind and rebuke that video in Jesus Christ's name for nothing to transfer through the video affect any of the members of spiritual and cryptid encounters. Just we pray in your name, Heavenly Father. Amen.
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 Oh, just a little thing about the homeless people. Is it doing it again?
No, you're good.
Okay. One of the homeless people I spoke to talked about there being every few months at night, late at night when there's hardly any cars on the road or anything, these big black pickup trucks would come and some tactical vehicles.
The government.
And then there'd be one like semi truck, and they would release something something to go out for the night. He wasn't sure what it was because he never encountered it, thank God. But I don't know if they were doing drills with these things or what it was that they were doing.
There's some really weird audio coming through when you're speaking, Sailor. Like, it's going, book, book, book.
That's why I asked you if it was like that.
It's like a deep voice that's just cutting in and out.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah. It sounds really bizarre. I'm sorry.
It's a voice?
It's like clipping in and out while you're talking, but it's a low bassy tone, like bop, 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 bop. And it's only while you're talking. That's really freaky. I don't know how to explain it. Because I work with this audio and stuff.
Back out. I'm going to refresh a link and send it in places so you can jump back on.
Okay.
It could be the link. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Let me refresh it.
Let's pray for Sailor to have anything that's negative to be released and rebuked.
Yes. There we go.
I want to listen to her story, but like once the echoing stopped, then like this weird, like the bassy voice started coming in while she's talking.
I heard it sounded like a man's voice or
yes.
Yeah.
Like none of us were talking either, so it's not like it was a replay of something that happened earlier. It sounds like it's like interfering whenever she's speaking. And I can't explain it. I've worked with audio for a long time.
There's Andres. We're from Seller Nemesis to Andres. Let's see if she can come back in. I put the link there.
Hey guys, what's up?
Andreas, good to see you. Good to hear you.
How you doing?
Good to see you too. I'm gonna go off of something that Sailor said about bands coming in and releasing something out on one of Wolf's earlier shows or lives. Pretty sure it was a show. They there was a video that he said that about the homeless people being attacked. Some people actually managed to see an attack happen live because the guy actually had a pair of night vision goggles that he had bought that was somewhere in the 90s or I think it was the 90s, early 2000s probably, and they actually saw this guy getting attacked, and apparently it just came out of nowhere and then it just dragged the guy into the woods. But the guy may or may not have mentioned that the cops didn't believe him at first, and it wasn't until the cop saw through the night vision and said that they were pretty good. So I'm wondering if that's what's happening. And I've seen on some TV shows and movies that they actually do have vans that patrol the area, usually targeting younger or older ones that can't really put up much of a fight. So they're either taking people out straight or they're letting something out. So it's not really that far-fetched. And homeless people are basically easy targets for the demonic to enter. As I was saying in the chat, that the emotions are basically the sins that they're giving off, which is anger, envy, also including depression, hopelessness. Like, you're basically open to anything, really. And not to mention all the people who also prey on it, because they want you to be homeless, because they know that they're going to pretty much take a chance on you. It's like if you want a job, they'll just pay you the lowest rate. So they're just the hopelessness they feel is just increased by a lot, because you think you're going to get money, but you're not going to get much. So you're basically using for whatever sources you can get your hands on, even if it means doing something that you don't like.
I witnessed something in Elms Grove, man. She's talking about this SUVs. I remember because when my son got lured into the woods by that, you call it the Men in Black, and I found out otherwise that it was something else, which was the dark shadow figures or demons, whatever. I still had all my gear from the military, and I was all camouflaged and I had paint on my face and everything, and I would just go sit in a section and just wait to see if I see any kind of movement or anything. In which I never would see any movement. I remember one evening I'm out there in the dark woods, in the dark, and all of a sudden I see these black SUVs, uh, policemen, like all kinds of squad cars, DPS. There's black SUVs, Suburbans, and they got the lights and they're shining lights, but and I'm in the woods, I'm in there, and I see somebody get out from the SUV, and they're calling me by my name, and they're telling me to get out of the woods, like they're warning me that there's like basically there's something's there, uh, and and I'm looking to see if there's any choppers and everything, but I don't see no choppers. So they tell me to come out of the woods, but I never come out of the woods. I stay in the woods, and after about 50 minutes, they all take off. They take off, and I get out of the woods. When I get out of the woods, and I make it home, then I start seeing this dark shoppers, with freaking spotlights hitting all the wooded area and stuff like that. But then I don't see the vehicles come back, you know. And they're calling me by my name, but they didn't even stop at my house where I lived or nothing like that. It was just weird. And I could hear like a low pitched whistle. Like somebody had a low pitched whistle, like they're calling something. Like a silent whistle, like for animals or something.
Like one of those dog whistles that dog handlers use for training.
Yeah, I will hear that all the time, something like that, when all that activity was happening. But they were telling me to get out of the woods, to get out of there, like they were warning me that there was something there, you know. But I don't
How
know
did
what
how
the
did
deal
they know
was
you were
over
in there?
there.
Yeah. How did they know you were in the woods?
I don't know. I don't know that they knew I was there. I guess they were calling me by my name and everything. The guy that came out of the black SUV, uh, but then nobody came to search the woods or nothing. But they were just telling me that I needed to get out of there. I needed to get out of there, like they were like saying like worried or something, But they were too scared to go into the woods. So I'm thinking they thought that I believe there's something was in there. But
Yeah, they probably know you're a werewolf hunter, some kind of werewolf situation going on. They got all of us tracked. They know, through our UPS,
they know
UPN,
who I am. They know who
digital
I've been.
stuff.
They know
Yeah,
what I've been, what
you
I've
know
done in the
everything.
military. They know everything about me. Uh, but yeah, they was trying to get me to come out of the woods. And me, I was there because I was trying to confront or face my son. Or lure my son into the woods. I was ready to fight it. I just didn't know that I had to fight it spiritually. I had weapons and everything, but it would never surface up that I would able to use any weapons. So the only way I was able to fight it was spiritually, which that right there, man, was overwhelming because it wasn't one; there were many. You know, the legion or many, and that's what I was dealing with. They knew something was up in there, because that's not the first time I would see those shoppers fly low by those woods, shining the spotlights like they were looking for something. Uh, for the time that I lived there, I would always see them go into those wooded area or have my encounter, shining the spotlights like they were looking for something. Maybe they had an underground basement nearby or something escaped. I don't know. Only God knows.
Yeah.
Because there is a lot of underground bunkers on Fort Hood itself, on the mountains, and maybe off of Fort Hood. You know, I mean, I live right by the airport. Not unless they transported something from the airport and something escaped. You might never know because they have to move something. They have to either there was an airport and then there was a truck stop. So maybe something in the truck might have escaped or something. I don't know.
I remember that when you had told me about that, about the black SUVs calling your name and stuff, and I was wondering if the cops were going to arrest you because I didn't know how they were looking for you or why they were looking. But
I don't know.
nothing ever happened.
A lot of those, they have those where they can listen to everything you're saying and stuff like that. They know if I had my cell phone, they could track me off my cell phone. But nothing happened out of it. They were just telling me I needed to get out of the woods, to leave, to get out of the woods. But they were yelling my name, but I never went out. I was looking at them. I was in a Recon 1 mode. I used to track almost about I tracked for about 3-4 months like that, every day, trying to find the man in black that my son seen. And if I only knew that what it wasn't a real person. It was what the DDN, or this unclean spirits. Yeah, I think the government knows more than what it's saying.
Absolutely.
Well, that's the secret government, not the
Yeah, well,
not the
they have
normal government.
secret, like the FBI and stuff like that. They have different agencies within the government. They know who I am, just by they know that I've seen combat and stuff. So they're like, "Hey, watch out for that one. He's been in combat, whatever." So at one point in time, I was off the grid, man. Especially with things like that happening to me, it's like I just wanted to be off the grid, even though I know where I have my home. I was just staying off the grid. I wasn't going out. I wasn't doing nothing because weird things was always happening like that. So they exist, the shadow government. Yeah, check it out. There was one time at a restaurant. It was the restaurant, the Greek restaurant that's down 10th Street, bro. The man that sells like he sells like it was a Greek man, a Greek restaurant that's down 10th Street, right across the post office.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
like a restaurant there. I was in there, right? I had ordered me a because he sells gyros, so
Yeah.
I had ordered me a gyro. There's this guy that comes in with a cane. He's a African American and he's limping. He comes and sits right in front of me, and he's looking around like this. And he says to me, "This is what he says to me." It said, "You don't know who I am, but I know who you are." And he's just looking around. I'm not supposed to be here talking to you right now. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm thinking this guy is probably messing with me. And he looked around and he said, "Look, I used to be a pilot, and we had a leaking. We had a nuclear warhead that was leaking, and I'm just here to tell you because I know who you are." And he said my name. Said we flew right above your tank, and it was leaking, and we flew right above. And I remember because I seen a light coming, red light coming, and it was moving pretty fast. And I'm top of my tank because I'm doing a what do you call it? A bird bath, with water and stuff.
Mhm.
And I see it, and it passes real fast, like in Mach speed, right above our heads. And my crew's asleep, and when he passes, I feel something hit me, like something wet hit me. So luckily that I was doing the bird bath, I just wiped whatever was off of me. So he's telling me that he was a pilot of that thing, that it was leaking, I guess, nuclear whatever for the missile warhead. And he told me that, and he said my name and everything. He said the name of the tank and you. Then he's looking at me. I just wanted to tell you, and he's looking around, and so I got to go. And he gets up and walks away from me. And that's the last time I see him. He said he just wanted to talk to me about that because they could see everything through their sights. They could probably see me standing on top of the tank when it passed right over me and stuff. But
Wow.
that's what he told me. And it's like, well, I guess I'm contaminated with whatever it was that hit me. But you know, it, things like that happened to me, and after that, I was like, if this guy could find me, right? Because he's part of the government. If he could find me in a little freaking building, it's like, how the hell does he know that I was there? And then I'm thinking, I know it wasn't coincidental, because but he found me, and he told that's what he told me, and he said I gotta go, and he took off. He said that he wasn't supposed to tell me nothing, and he took off. But yeah, I got hit. This is after the war. It was after the war when I got hit by that whatever it was. It was flying low to the ground, man. No, the reason that it was flying low to the ground, brothers and sisters, is because they don't want to get detected by weaponry and stuff like that. So they fly low to the ground so that they won't be able to detect them. That's why it was flying so low.
Very interesting.
Yes, sir. Yeah, well,
You know, Abe,
how he found me, I don't know.
Abe, those cat cards, those government cat cards, those army cards, they got chips on them, So, they got different chips that could track you, stuff like that. If you got a secret clearance, or I think I had a secret clearance once, it was kind of a goof up, but
I had a secret clearance at one point in time.
yeah, they have. Yeah, there's chips. They got chips in those, and if you got them in your wallet and stuff, it's just like your
They
phone
can
now.
track you down
They can.
through your credit card. you know, everything they can track you down.
All that
phones.
Stuff. Yeah.
So it's like when I go to an VA appointment, they're always following me around. They know who I am. You know, they already know when my appointments are, so they go try to mess with me or whatever. So I just ignore them. They try to have a conversation with me and they start asking me all kinds of questions, like they're investigating me. I just ignore them and act stupid, like I don't know what they're talking about. But yeah, they try to harass me. Basically, that's what I'm saying when I go to the VA, because they know my records, they know where I've been, what I've done. You know, Getting back to what we're talking about.
The sailor okay? Where did sailor go?
Let me put another link, man.
Yeah, come on back in. We'll try to get rid of whatever's trying to take over your speech, because she was trying to share something and it sounded like something was interrupting
Yeah,
her.
let's pray for Sailor Nemesis. Heavenly Father, this time we'd like to pray for Sailor Nemesis. In the location she was in, we're placing heavenly crosses on the doorways and the windows. We're placing heavenly crosses on her from head to toe. If there's any unclean spirits, negative energies, or any kind of witchcraft or necromancy, we take authority over you in Jesus Christ's name. We tie, bind, and rebuke you. Leave her alone. Heavenly Father, send your heavenly angels. Do a clean sweep of her foundation of her home and her personal vessel, her body. Do a clean sweep and get rid of any negative attachments. This we pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Listen, folks, I'm going to sign off. I got to get up early tomorrow, so you guys have a good one.
All right, brother.
And,
I see you eating the sandwich.
you
You
next
got
time.
me hungry, brother.
I know, man. Bye. Go. All right, you guys take
Yeah,
care.
good seeing you tonight.
And I'll see you next
All
time.
right, see ya.
Take care, Scott.
Thank you all for being here. Be safe. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All right. Later,
Amen.
babe.
Amen.
Later, guys. Ladies.
All right, so I want to share something that I kind of experienced back in May of this year. Seeing as how we were on the topic of homeless people, I was riding on a train, and you know how some of the homeless at times act like the little guy from the Lord of the Rings, where he's going like my precious and everything.
Yeah.
Smeagol.
Smeagol.
Yeah.
I actually had someone act like that come onto the train I was on and straight up asked me if I could give them like a Dr. Pepper that was in my bag for at least a while and it was warm. And you can obviously tell just by looking at this person, she wasn't right in the head or she needed help. And once I did give it to her, she had to the I got a Dr. Pepper like it was the best thing in the world. And not only that, she could tell she was out of it because the person next to her, she had also asked for the food they had, which they did give her, and it spilled on the floor. And she she didn't throw that much of a fit, but she still acted like it was still nice that she got it. And I didn't see what else would happen, but that was a very strange thing that I saw. I didn't think I'd actually see something like that in my life. So you can tell she was sick and something was up, but I'm not sure if it was mentally or something else. But that's something that surprised me. So when they say that some of these people are either demonically attached or they're sick in the head, it's really a toss up for everyone until you actually get them some help.
All these things are related, so nothing is like purely physical or purely mental, purely spiritual. It's all interconnected.
Yeah, but
So
people.
in a sense, you could say, yeah, like it's all of them if you're afflicted in any way.
Hmm.
What do you think, brother Jack?
Yep, I think they're all it's connected. I mean, that's what we see with everything else. They can manifest, and then I wanted to hear Sailor Nemesis' story about the what you had to say. But yeah, that's what happened to me today with the homeless, the neighbor. Yep, I was feeling that. I was feeling everything he said, depressed and all these thoughts, and I knew that wasn't me. So I had to tie bind and rebuke.
Yeah, it's kind of like when I brushed against that the thing that looked like what people want to call a Bigfoot, but at nighttime it just looks like a dark shadow figure, and it was very tall. I would say like 18 foot tall. It was I was going out of the woods and it was coming into the woods, and the path was wide. Well, it was as wide as a path. I would say maybe like 15 foot wide. So it was that wide and tall, and I'm bracing for the impact because I'm just seeing this dark silhouette coming towards me, and when it gets near me, I'll hold for the brace for the impact because I'm thinking it's gonna hit me, knock me back, but it goes right through me. So when it goes through me, I make it up to the street, and I'm in the street and I'm walking, and I start feeling different, like anger, hate, like pissed, like a lot of anger. And at that time, I start feeling this. It feels like something's trying to possess me, or you know, take over my body. So I start praying to our Father, and I'm praying to our Father, and all these thoughts and hatred and anger is coming to me, and I'm passing by my house, and I don't go to the house. I goes to the park, and I'm at the park, continue to pray, and I call upon Jesus Christ, the heavenly angels, to help me to get rid of this negative attachment that I have on me. So as I'm praying to the Heavenly Father, after about 45 minutes that I was fighting against it, I become normal. Once I become normal, I'm able to make it back to the house. But I went to the park just in case, but I fought spiritually against it. And I believe it was more than one that tried to come at me through what seemed to be The silhouette as big as was what seemed to be like a giant Bigfoot, but in Spanish we call something that's like that big, as in dark shadow. We call it a bulto negro, which means dark shadow. And that happened to me right there in Elms Grove. Those woods where it happened, they don't exist no more. They took all the woods down. So that area where that happened to me is not there no more.
Oh,
There's a lot of crosses down the main that highway where people have died, man. And I'm thinking it's those negative energies, those dark shadow figures. They've caused a lot of deaths there. But
yeah, I'd say that that is most likely the case.
where's Satyr Nemesis? Anybody? Let me drop another link for her here.
I
I
don't see her
haven't seen
anymore
her
in the
in
chat.
chat anymore.
Yeah, she never came back.
Yeah, I could hear something as she was talking, like a voice.
Yes.
A heavy.
None of us.
Yeah, it was none of us.
That's
It's
what
like a
happened
very deep bass or something.
in that
It's going
conversation
for a
with
split
with
second.
our uncle, bro. Remember that I told you when I talked to my uncle, telling him I wanted to come visit, so he could meet my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I heard over the phone. A voice, and it was saying, "Yes, bring her." And it wasn't him. It wasn't his voice. It was another voice. And I heard that, and I would just kept talking to my uncle, and it wasn't him. So I never went to visit him ever again. And to this day, I haven't got to see him neither. I stayed away.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. I was gonna throw a joke there, but I'm not gonna joke. You know, because it was just gonna be a joke, but it's not good. Because I heard it like several times, like a deep, heavy voice, which to me that it would be a unclean spirit around her. That's why we pray for her.
Yeah. And she had some echoing going on at first, which is a known issue, but the voice chopping in between her speaking was none of our voices. And it was a very deep, like, it wasn't
And
even
you know what?
saying words.
That's not the first time I hear the voice with Sailor Nemesis. I've heard it before. When she was on live with me one time, I heard the same voice say something while she was talking.
Wow.
So it's not the first time. I'm thinking, not unless there was somebody else there where they're in the room. It could be, but yeah. Whoa, we've been 3 hours. Oh, we're 3 hours. It's 2:54 right now.
I, th-
Yeah,
I
that
think she just needs.
all in wrestling was pretty awesome, man. Yeah, my bro there. She is. Let's hear her story.
Is it working now?
Yes.
You sound fine now. Whatever it was doesn't seem to be around.
The demon voice. Oh, okay. Oh, am I supposed to tell a story?
Well,
Go. Yeah.
everyone's here kind of waiting, so if you
Oh,
could, please do so.
um. Well, what do you guys want to hear about?
Basically, from where you left off before you had to cut out due to whatever was happening.
We
Oh,
were talking.
Talking about
about
homeless.
the homeless. Oh yeah. So, well, there's gonna be a few different short stories here. Um. So, like I was saying, like the semi truck and the tactical vehicles would show up and they would disperse something And then by the time that the sun would come up, those vehicles and everything would clear out. So I don't know if they were just letting whatever it was run amok around the city and then collecting it, or what they were doing. Um, Another thing that he had told me about was when he was walking downtown one night and was hearing out of the road. And then um, one night he was walking out by the riverbed. There wasn't water in the river at this time. And he comes across this couple that walks past him. Like, he takes notice of them, and they warned him, like, "Hey man, that's not a good idea to be down there in the riverbed at night." Like, and they told him that they had been chased by something. They were trying to make a camp down there because people do camp down there in the riverbed, I guess. And it sounds like there might be a lot of possible possessions that go on down there, because people become really violent, and I know they found a lot of dead and some even dismembered bodies down there.
Serial killers or cults?
I ended up seeing on TV on the show the sewers, so that could be a possibility that they're hunting people, but they come out and drag them inside.
Well, right, I heard a story from a park ranger about I think I told another story that sounded similar, like, but that was about a campground they were building, but this was about when they started bringing immigrants in during COVID. They were sneaking them in before all of us really knew what was going on. And so they wanted to build a temporary facility to house them out in one of the national parks, one of the forests. And they went to survey the land, um, and they immediately, could hear things in the trees and got the hell out of there. Well, they still went through with putting out that temporary housing, and it got shut down a week later. And there was just like, whispers of it. No one outright said what exactly happened, but I know that, like, from what he said, there was 13 people were um killed, um taken away and eaten.
Hey, Jack,
And
can you mute your microphone, please? You're
that
interrupting.
sounded like it was possibly some crawlers, because he said things with, but what was weird was he said their eyes were where their mouths should be. Where a human's mouth would be, their eyes were, and where a human's eyes were, their chin and mouth were. So it was like their faces were upside down, and they had that translucent skin with the green veins that you could um see beneath the skin.
And where was this at?
He didn't. The national park wasn't disclosed.
Oh, wow. Okay, but it was in a national park. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, it was in Grand Canyon. I heard of some people missing in the Grand Canyon.
I heard it was
But
on
well,
fire. I've actually, speaking of the Grand Canyon, it reminds me of something I had heard. I couldn't find more information on it than just this, but some people were exploring, off the beaten path, and they went inside one of the, mountain structure, the rock structure or whatever, and supposedly they came upon a chamber of, like, there was carved into the walls like large enough spaces, but allegedly there was sleeping giants in there all
Wow.
around the room.
I believe there's stuff in that Grand Canyon that we are off limits to. There's a lot that we're not allowed to explore,
Mm-hmm.
and I think a lot of these national parks were created to keep us from looking into a lot of this stuff, to keep us away from it.
But what if thinking along those lines, why would they allow people to be out there and camp in these spaces that they allow these things to roam?
Maybe okay, I'll give this the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're aware of some things, but not like if they migrate to another place or if these entities decide to change location, then the government's not going to be aware of it for the most part. There's that dark government, the shadow government that
Mm-hmm.
knows more than the one that like is presented to us, and the one that's presented to us, I really think they're totally incompetent, but
Yeah.
the shadow government's able to figure out what exactly is going on. I,
The
I would
deep
just
state.
say, like the oversight like it just didn't happen, and so they allowed people to camp in a place where really they shouldn't have, or they weren't allowed to, and then they had those interactions.
Yeah, the people we see, they are just good at being puppets, and that's why they're being chosen. Or
Yeah,
food
but
That
puppets.
in
too.
some
That too.
cases, when they know and are made aware, like, hey, this is what's going on here, and they put a civilian campground out. I mean, yeah, civilian camping places there. That makes me think that they're sacrificing people, and like intentionally or something. I mean, in Santa Cruz, um, during COVID, they had, a bunch of people lost their homes and stuff. So yeah, there was the average run of the mill homeless people that we, unfortunately encounter, that are, spun out and, just degenerates. But there was also families and, couples, and the city basically tricked them. They had people going out there to this one particular camp in the city limits, like convincing the average people that these were social workers and they were going to give them vouchers and get them into apartments and all this bullshit. But then one day when they showed up, they told them, well, you have to sign all these documents and you have to go to this temporary area we have set up until your apartments are ready for us to move you into. Well, the first night that they were there, a guy got killed going out to look for firewood, and two of the men found him up in a tree. His limbs were all bent out of shape, just crazy, you know, and the next morning they called the police, and the police didn't even show up till next morning, and those pretend social workers were with them, and the people were like, we want to leave, like, we don't want to stay here. And luckily this couple had made friends with this other little family that had a They had a small travel trailer and like a SUV that was pulling it, and they had went out there with them. And the officials gave them a whole bunch of shit for wanting to leave. Like they thought for a second they weren't going to allow them to, but they did end up leaving. But they said that night, that one night they were there was terrifying. Like they were inside the trailer, but it, you could hear those. And well, they said it was dogmen that were harassing, and murdering out there. And it sounded like the county moved those people out there for them to be taken out, so they were no longer a headache for the city, because the camps in the city were eyesores to the average, wealthy folks or whatever. And so that was their solution, is just feed them to these beasts.
Wow.
I mean, you guys, you can, you know how it all is. You can believe it, not believe it, but I live in California, so I definitely think I wouldn't put it past them. And I know, like, it's probably been a couple years now. I had been told they were rounding up homeless people, and luckily, the person that told me about this incident, um, he was babysitting his friend's big, huge pit bull, like, because the guy had to do something, I don't know what, and so he was, he had the dog when the police showed up, just pulled up on all of them out of nowhere, and then like. So there was a couple of cops in, cop cars, but then there was these vans, and they had told all the people around, like, that they had to get in the vans and go somewhere. I don't know where they went or what they did to them, but he said that all of them showed back up in, like, almost, it was almost dark by the time that they brought him back, but he didn't find out what had happened to him. I don't know. But I've also heard of that happening and then people aren't seen again either. So
Yeah.
it's just kind of crazy to me.
Like,
Uh,
yeah, with the national parks, there's also the disappearance of children. A lot of time, there's a really good former park ranger researcher, David Politis, and he does this series called Missing 411.
Yeah, I've
And
heard of it.
yeah, he talks about these children that have gone missing in the parks, but then they're found days later, sometimes hundreds of miles away from where they were lost. There's no way they could have tracked all of that land on their own. Like, there's something paranormal. There's there's cryptid sightings around this as well.
Hmm.
There's the whole saying of, like, don't look behind you if you're, especially if you're alone. If you're like with a group and you separate from the group, those people disappear. And sometimes they come back. Sometimes only their clothes come back that are folded up and sat really nice on a rock somewhere.
Yeah, I've heard that. That's really unsettling.
It is.
Another could be even somebody living off the grid, killing people out there,
Mm-hmm.
serial killer. You know, uh, could be. Some people want to call them
I would
feral
say
people, but
all of
people
these are
off the grid.
possibilities. Like, there,
Yes,
that probably is happening. Bigfoot stuff's also probably happening.
Yeah,
And
I've heard
the
of the
missing.
Bigfoots accompanying children that get lost or whatever.
Yeah. I've heard cases of them helping and hurting them. So I'm not sure. There's different intentions for each individual case, I guess.
I don't understand why any of these entities would help people. It has to be because they have an ulterior motive or something.
That's a trait. It's a trait if it's a demonic entity and they will help you. Let's say you pray to a demon and say, "Oh, I need like 10K or whatever you fancy." You say, "Okay, you'll get what you want, but in return, you sign a contract." So what
Yeah, and you get screwed.
exactly? They're very legalistic. They take anything. It's like, yeah, I'm not sure if smart ass is the right word, but they look at the very small letters and say, "Oh yeah, this is your opening." Um, that's a bit hard to explain. Don't know the words at the moment. But like you said, you end up getting screwed.
Yeah, the demons and Satan himself, he even hates the people that worship him, and like same thing for those entities. They hate humans. They're always going to.
Yeah, that's
That's
in
why
their nature.
they were destroying Earth a long time ago. The Nephilim. Now they're the DDN, the unclean spirits. They roam. That's because they couldn't go to heaven or hell, so they roam Earth as in disembodied form, still causing chaos and havoc
Right.
spiritually through possessions. When you see somebody run in front of a vehicle of a 16-wheeler, and they're just like splattered all over the place, or they go and just jump off a bridge. I'm more sure that it has to do with the DDN or demons, Legion, where
Definitely.
they don't even know what they do because they got full control. The missing 401 cases, they deceive the children that they're friends, and the children follow them, or whether they take them to a different realm or they take them deep into the woods. The body can only be alive for so long without no food or water, and they die out there. There's animals out there that'll come and eat, you know. Yeah, there are a lot of possibilities.
Well, one thing I had heard a couple weeks ago was how we had touched on the pornography industry a little bit ago. One, this happens all around the world. And some of the children that have been rescued mentioned how before they were assaulted, and it's recorded and put up on these disgusting websites, that the person, before, they never would have suspect that the person was going to hurt them because they were so nice to him and stuff right before it happened. But they all said the same thing, like right before it happened, the person would change. They would become something almost unrecognizable, and that's when they would do that horrible stuff to them. And one of the reasons why they like children so much is because they can well, and it's so sad with the girls, to impregnate them, and then because that child was conceived in such a traumatic way, that bloodline is part of the perfectly possessed for some reason. I'm not sure why, but that's one of the ways that they make those perfectly possessed bloodlines, is through that.
I mean, people can suddenly change, like you said, and Oh, they look one perfectly nice, and then suddenly they snapped. It just means the entity or whatever, it just took over suddenly and bad things
Right,
happen.
or it was there all along and it was just tricking them up. A
Yeah.
lot of people don't realize that they watch these videos and stuff, and a lot of the people they're watching, doing these acts, like they're not really humans.
I mean, I had something in me for the longest time. I had no idea, and it's only recently it had to come out. Then it was resurfacing. And what the thing caused, it was kind of parasitical, and it made me, yeah, it made me think certain ways. Because the way, not sure if you know this or if you were there, but I've been on this show before, and I always talk to angels, and I always like shoot out message like telepathically to them. Whatever that entity I had inside of me, it was shooting out messages through me, but these messages are things I certainly do not want to say because they were like blasphemy or just insults. And it's like, no, I never want to insult any of these guys. You know, I like you. You know, we're cool, and that's how they that's how they operated. So I had to basically close out my throat chakra to not communicate for a while because I don't want anything to talk like that. And recently I had to get rid of all these
How
things.
did you do that?
But these parasites, how did I do that? I had to, um, so I had to really tune in to my spirit body, and then I had to find out where exactly they were living, and I had to be really sensitive to it. And once I found them, I kind of had to slap that part of me with my own spirit, just not physically, but I had to imagine myself punching myself in the arm, and then whatever entity was in there, it would take the damage. And I had to tank some of my own hit as well, so it would kind of hurt. And then the entity it became smaller, and it was easier to it detach it. And then I had to take a deep breath and let the breath go throughout my whole body and let the breath take the entity, as in, yeah, it let just take the entity and let it be breathed out. And that's when I actually saw myself spitting out some octopus looking thing. It was like an octopus, but it was completely dark, and instead of a head it was just one eye. And apparently I had that parasite for a very long time. I just had no idea, and it was only recently it surfaced up.
How do you think you contracted it?
Oh, I think I contracted it. It was a very long time. I actually don't know, but it was at least way before legal age. I was actually, I don't know. I contracted it somehow. I mean, over the course of years, and that ties in with why children are being targeted. I mean, I gathered wisdom over the years. When I was a kid, I don't have the wisdom I do have now, and I have no idea what happened back then. And I know there were some malevolent people, and maybe they did something, and I was just being just completely oblivious, just an innocent child. And maybe something happened in spirits. I cannot say, but I have found out that practically all my life I had to deal with these things, even though it was all hidden from me. And hidden from me in the sense of I didn't have the knowledge. I was basically too innocent to, yeah, to know anything, to realize anything. So I don't really have a clear answer on that. But yeah, like Rain says, black goo. I mean, it kind of was like a goo, but it was more in shape. I just had to spit it out, and it tasted really gross. And then I had to drink some water to get the taste out of my mouth. So yeah, that happened. But I've been working a lot with the spirit body. That's when I've seen it. But yeah, is any of it all making sense to you guys?
Yeah,
or-
it's fascinating to me. I'm just listening.
Cool.
Well, the reason that I had asked is because I
So yeah, I kind
Your
of hear
audio's
you.
coming in and out, Sailor.
what about now?
No, I didn't catch any of that. Sorry.
Yeah, it's breaking. Yeah, it's not working. All right, there we go. Black goo. It stands for pestilence. You know, that's what demons bring is pestilence. Black goo. Uh, you know, smell of sewer, crap, the smell of sulfur, and with that they also bring pestilence. I mean, rats, roaches. You know, that's mildew. Imagine your house has never had mildew, right? Overnight, from one night to another, then you have mildew on the ceilings, where you have residue on your ceiling fan lights, where you look at it, it looks red like blood. Then you look and you see smears on the walls where something was flying in the leaving smears on the walls of blood. And you look at the chandeliers or at the light fixtures and you see like drops like the one to fall, but it's color red like blood. So that's when you know there's an unclean spirit inside your home. So you cleanse your home, take authority over it, tell it that it's not welcome there to leave. That's what I know of black goo because I've seen it sometimes when I rebuke whether they're in the manifestation of the dog man or the manifestation of the Bigfoot. I will rebuke them in Jesus Christ's name, and they will disappear. So then I will go look, I have my holy water and stuff. What I would do is wherever they're standing, I'll place a cross with the holy water. So when I will get to the spot where we're standing, there'll be black residue left, which is like goo, black goo left where it was standing, and it disappeared. It was black goo, and it smelled like sewer, like pestilence, nasty, nasty smell. And that's why I knew that I was dealing with something demonic because that's one of the things that they do. They either black goo, they might even leave urine smell or crap smell, or if it vanishes, sometimes it'll smell like sulfur or the smell of blood, right? Like that heavy smell of blood, like blood mixed with just like the sewer smell. That's when you know that there's a demon around you who's trying to affect you. So you have to go into prayer, and fight it spiritually. Happened to me one time. I was driving on the highway, man, where I was going back home to drop my sister off in the Rio Grande Valley, and as I'm going down. I think it was 35, but it changes. I can't remember the name of it. 70. No, yeah, it's still 35. I'm going to Corpus. I see a tall native. I'm talking about 12-foot tall, standing on the side of the road with a mask on, and he's got the feathers and everything. He's got sandals, but it doesn't look like a regular person. It looks what when people want to call the DDN or the Nephilim. It looks like a giant. And I'm looking at it. My sister is in the back seat. At the time, the girlfriend that I had, she was asleep. And as I pass by it, he just looks at me like this, right? So I'm driving. Next, my sister starts acting weird, and she starts hitting the girl I was dating on the back of her head real hard, smacking her. And she'll go, "Hey, what's the matter? What are you doing that for?" And my sister's acting strange. She said, "I didn't do nothing." So as I'm driving, then she smacks her again, and I'm like trying to figure out what's going on. And then I start suffocating, like I can't breathe. I start smelling blood and sewer, and I lower down the window and I start coughing and coughing, and just black stuff's coming out of me. So I see the rest area up ahead, and my eyes are blurry. So I pull over to the rest area. As I pull over to the rest area, um, my sister gets off and runs to the restroom, and and she's acting weird. And I go over there. It's a woman's restroom, so I can't go in there. And so I'm telling the girl I'm seeing, "Hey, she's something wrong with her. If you go in there, try to talk about God, say a prayer or something. Something I feel something has entered her because I seen what she was doing to you, right?" So she goes in there and tell her about God. So my sister comes out of there, and she's acting strange. She's telling me, why did you divorce me? It's what she's telling me. Why did you leave me? Why you divorce me? So that's telling me that somebody was doing some witchcraft, right? It's that kind of sort. Or, something was playing games like it knew that I had been through a divorce or whatever. Even though I didn't have no children, I had been through a divorce. So I tell my sister, and I'm looking at her, and I start praying. And I start praying the Our Father. When I start praying the Our Father, my sister starts screaming and crying, and next thing you know, she's back to normal. And when that happened, it transferred to the girl I was dating. So she started acting weird and took off running into the restroom. So my sister don't know that what she did in the vehicle, that she was slapping her or nothing. So I was trying to tell her. She don't remember. So I'm telling her, "Look, this happened. She's in there. Go in there, do the sign of the cross prayer, and try to bring her out." So she brought her out, and we started praying and praying, and then everything cleared up, and the negative attachment wasn't there no more. But it attacked all three of us, trying to transfer from one person to the other to the other. And where my sister was sitting directly behind her. But when I was looking through the rearview mirror, there was something sitting directly behind me. And it was huge. It was a uh, a Buick Regal that I was driving that day. This happened like in 19. It's when I got promoted to sergeant. So 1993, 1994, somewhere around there. You know, but yeah, the stuff that I threw up, man, was nasty, man. And it's like I hadn't eaten nothing. I had like an empty stomach. Just the smell of blood and like sewer or pestilence was nasty smell. So if you smell that around you and you're out in the open space, you better go into prayer and pray against it, that it's not allowed around you.
Mhm.
That's all I have to share.
Yeah, I agree.
You know,
And that smell suddenly out of nowhere is a really bad sign.
It goes into the whole thing. I mean, the thing that's really standing out to me tonight are these demonic possessions that cause your loved ones to claim they never did things that they did. And it's just bringing to light more of those situations that they do happen. And then the way that we approach them, like Abe did, was really positive, and it helps the loved ones that have gone through that to not feel alienated because if they're being told they did something but they don't remember it because it was some other entity, then like you don't want them to recluse and go inside and be like, oh well, like not just straight up not talk to you because you're accusing them of something that they think they didn't do, which realistically they didn't do it if this thing is controlling them at the time. So like that understanding there helps bring them out of that and not fall back into it. And so I think that the way you approached that was very lovingly, and you helped keep her like here and not have that wander, that demon wander back in and do that to her again. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also a telling sign when nothing you say will ever get through to them. You will say like, "Hey, this is not okay what you're doing," and then
You have to pray. You have to go into prayer.
completely unheard.
That's the only way you go into prayer, because if you can't go argue with them, because that's even worse, because it'll try to jump from person to person, try to
yeah,
cause chaos and havoc. So you have to pray.
Yeah, I have tried that, and it's really just exhausting me, and nothing would ever resolve out of it.
So you heard sometimes when you hear people say, "I didn't do it; the devil made me do it." I mean, if it was something bad that they did, like kill somebody, they don't remember, and that person wasn't that kind of a person, then if they had a spiritual opening and they used them to do something in that nature, that's what they say, the devil made me do it, because I don't remember what they did. But the court systems, they don't care about that, because they got the thumbprints and the evidence that they did it, so they wind up going to prison.
It makes me think about some cases where the person actually says they were out of their body while seeing, well, themselves murder somebody else, to see if that's actually what they're seeing. Seeing how Texas earlier said that he saw himself throw out the black octopus or goo along with the
Mhm.
goo. So I'm wondering if that was them being, in a way, kicked out of their own body while seeing what the acts they commit.
So they can see, but they can't do nothing about it, because how should I say it? The unclean spirit has full control of the vessel at the time.
Yeah, but I was still inside my body. So how I saw it was more like a vision that I saw,
Yes.
like a vision of myself. So I was still in me and still in control. So that's just to clear that one up.
Texas, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You said you still had vision. Was it blurred in any sense? Was it like you were an observer looking through your eyes but not being able to control your actions?
I was able to control my actions, and sometimes whenever when I see a vision or get a vision, I always see like a white void and a kind of low resolution of what I need to look at. So I just completely whited out, and I saw myself, and I saw certain parts of my body that were just black, like big black spots with some tails on it, and then I see, oh, okay, it's at my shoulder at the moment, and then I just knew, okay, that's where it is. I've located it. I can deal with this one. So I was never outside of my body, but I can see, but I can get a vision of myself, if that makes sense. Just in the spiritual eye. And the spiritual eye doesn't always have to be from my physical perspective. It can also be, somewhere else.
Right. Yeah. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying what I was saying. I wasn't sure if that's like what was happening because some people say that.
The spirit world works a bit different from the physical, so it's and the way I see things are not exactly the same as others do. So it makes sense.
I think my brother's gonna call it a night. He said he's got like 2%. So good night, bro. Thank you for tuning in. You got anything to say before you go?
Um, yeah, it's a good show. Thanks for everybody showing up, and God bless everybody.
All right, thanks for
Yes.
coming.
Thank
Good
you
night.
for
See
being
ya.
here.
Good night, brother.
Good night.
Welcome back, Sailor. Did you already test your mic to see if you're getting any more feedback?
Can you guys hear anything?
I can hear your voice. I'm not hearing any feedback.
Yeah, you're fine.
Good.
You're
Oh, I
sounding very
restarted
clear.
my phone, so maybe that had something to do with it. But man,
You seem to be
I
fine.
don't know now if we're gonna have enough time. Um, the original reason why I wanted to come on was to share a theory I had in regards to this flooding and have like a bit of discussion about what you guys thought on some things that I pieced together.
Well, I'm pretty sure we can.
Yeah,
That
go
the
ahead.
floods that's happening right now aren't natural. They're being caused, seeing as how we got proof with Abe that he talked about with the witches. Not to mention the camp that was flooded also included the word mystic, which was isn't exactly good in my opinion because whenever you use the word mystic among Christians, it's frowned upon. So I'm
It's
wondering why they
nothing
even
good.
had that. It isn't. That's why I said like it's frowned upon in the church. So why even include that in the camp name?
Yeah, that was no church camp, and it could have been a church camp, but not for the God that we worship.
I agree with
Well,
that.
I did have the battle up. I know you and Mizla heard about that situation that happened to me with the witch in the airplane. I don't know if.
Oh, I didn't hear about that yet.
Oh man.
I know you were going to do a stream, but I was on vacation myself
Yeah,
when
yeah, I
you
know.
shared it.
And I was trying to go to vacation, uh, but yeah, it was. What happened is we got to the airport in time. My wife could not find her purse, so we looked everywhere. We couldn't find it. So she went over there to see if she could, you know, talk to him or maybe, trying to figure out what's going on to give us another time to fly or whatever, because we didn't know we were gonna make it. So I got a phone call from a woman that said that she found my wife's purse, that it was by the ticket booth. I guess when she opened the door to reach for the ticket, the purse fell out. So luckily, they turned it in and she went to go pick it up. By the time I got there, they said that I couldn't take the big luggage, the only carry-ons, and they had given up one of her seats and all this stuff. So it's like you're gonna have to fly on different flights. My wife didn't want to fly because she's never flown before. So I said, okay, well, just give us the next one. So the next one is at 7:30. I said, okay, we'll take the 7:30. but I didn't know that the 7:30 was going to be 7:30 at night. So there we are all day at the airport, stranded. So finally at 7:30, and they say that our flight is postponed for another hour. So here comes 8:30. Boom, it gets postponed for another hour. 9:30. And then they say we're the airplane is here, but we're having technical difficulties with the air. So we have to stall the stall till like around it's like 10:30 by the time we got on the plane. So by then I'm like exhausted, man. I'm like upset a little bit because I wanted to be over there already. We should have left in the morning and made it there in the morning. So I was really upset because I was looking forward for the trip, and so we finally got there. It's okay. At least we're gonna show up for the wedding, and be there, and I still gonna be able to see my brother in arms. So we're getting the plane. It's called Alaska, the Alaska flight or whatever, for the Alaskan Airlines, and we're flying on the airplane. So we're tired, and it's late at night. It's like a 3 hour, 4 hour flight, and I'm sitting in my seat. There's a guy that's like my son's age, 23, beside me, and my wife is by the window, and we're flying. We're up in the air. My wife is like, sitting there awake, looking outside the window, and she starts dozing off. The guy beside me starts dozing off, and I'm sitting there. And I see this lady standing in the middle of the aisle. She's just standing there, and she's looking at me, just staring at me. And I was like, try to ignore her. I said, well, maybe she's just stretching out. So I'm trying to ignore her, and then I look and she's looking at me crazy, man, like just staring at me. And she's staring at me and she's making a motion like with her feet, like like a half a moon with the left foot and a half a moon with the right foot. It's only one aisle, so she's just staring at me. Like what's the matter with this lady? So I said maybe she's just standing up, but she's standing in the middle of the aisle. So then I'm trying to ignore her, and then I look again, and she's telling the guy that's behind my seat. She's telling him, "Let's get him now. Let's get him now." You know, that's what she's telling him. Let's get him now. Of course, what we've been talking about. Transferring of spirits, how unclean spirits can enter people. So at first I said, well, maybe she has a negative attachment on him that is bonding her. So the guy that she's telling, let's get him now, he's looking down. He's not looking at me. So I ignore her, a little bit more. But then she starts chanting something. She's looking at me, and I said, okay, let me ignore a little bit more because, we're in a plane. It's not like they can kick me off the plane, but I'm trying to ignore her till, I close my eyes a little bit. When I open my eyes, she's like real close to me, man. Like she's like right by the guy that's like right there looking at me. So, and she's saying something, like chanting something. So I'll start saying the Our Father. She backed up real quick when I start saying the Our Father. And she tells the guy, let's get him now. You hear him? You hear him? So I start saying the Our Father. I say the Our Father. And she's standing there and moving her legs this way and that way. And then I say, I tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. Like 3 times. But the third time that I told her, I tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name, she sat down on her seat. She looked towards the window and never looked at me again, and stayed sitting down for the rest of the flight.
Wow.
That's the encounter I had up in the air with what I believe was a witch. That she, it's kind of like, I can look at it that way, or I could look at it that there was a negative. My wife told me that the guy that she was telling, let's get him now, that she had asked him a question, and the guy looked at her real ugly. So I'm thinking they were together. they were on a mission. So at that time frame when that happened, there was no flooding nowhere. It was when we were in the air, and I was able to connect the things where they started saying that all this flooding was happening in Texas. So you know how we were talking about when we made the video that night where you had all these lines, power grids, and all this, right?
Yeah.
Where, but what if that she was the only witch that was up in the airlines? That there was other witches in other aircrafts doing witchcraft to cause the flooding. But since she was in my plane, I was able to subdue her, and a lot of the flooding that was happening here kind of stopped. You know, even though it was still flooding, but it could have been worse. And I'm thinking that that's what happened. That they were in the airlines doing this. You know, whatever they were, the witchcraft and order they were doing.
That's fascinating though, because
I'm just.
It's making me think that like they have to be in the air to do the curses to the weather. Like I've never thought of that before.
Yeah,
but they were also attacking you, and you put them in their place. You're like, you basically made them go sit down and leave you alone.
Sit her ass down, basically. Yeah. By the rebuke of she knew who I was. She knew, but I'm just saying that the way it happened, from all the delays, the Heavenly Father put me there for a reason, because I was able to.
You caught that flight. Yeah.
Imagine if that plane would have went down if you hadn't been on it.
This what happened also is that before that happened, when she was still standing and saying the chanting, there was banging underneath our seats. And the guy woke up and he's like, "What is that? What is that?" And that's when I went into prayer, and I said, "Dear Father," and she kept on saying, "You hear him, you hear him." And then I rebuked her in Jesus Christ's name. When I rebuked her in Jesus Christ's name, she sat her arms down and never got back up. But I'm thinking that that's what happened in Texas.
I have a story to share as well, because this happened on Monday. Monday night, I made my way to Atlanta, Texas, and I had a conversation with a person that was staying on Susie's property. Susie was the one I was visiting. She was housing this individual, similar to what she was doing last year with Penny. She has entities and attachments to her, and we were convinced she's a witch. Well, there's this other person that was sent to Susie's property that is affiliated with Penny, and Susie wanted me to like suss him out to see how to get a vibe check on him through me. And so I'm like, all right, Susie, I'll let you go introduce me to him, and we'll talk and we'll see how everything goes. Now, I was with my uncle. I traveled on this trip with my uncle, so he was there with me. And Susie brought me into the house the guy was staying in on her property. And Susie introduced this guy to me and my uncle. And I shared with him that yes, we're stopping here after going to watch pro wrestling. That we traveled by vehicle down to Texas to do that, and we're going to be going back and everything. And so we're just stopping by. And he was making all of these very weird conversations with just me, completely like disregarded my uncle, wanted my name and how I spelled it, kept questioning me about why I was there. And then he made this offhand comment saying something like, "Wow, I'm surprised nothing bad happened to you on your way down here." And he had introduced himself as a secret agent. No, they have to go ahead and tell you the truth first and foremost. And that guy's leaving by today, by the end of today. So by the end of Friday night, he's out of that property. Thank God. And it was just bizarre that someone I don't even know is like, he's questioning why I'm there. What am I doing there? When his situation, Susie doesn't know why he even is there to begin with either. He's a friend of Penny's, who we believe is a witch, and she calls herself a secret agent too. It's just, it doesn't make too much sense of why they were all there. But he was like acting like something was like I was supposed to get into an accident or something. And so after all of that was done, and like he had gone on, asked me questions about like, how, if you were to start a business that would go worldwide, would you use AI to like run the business? I'm like, what the what are you talking about, man? Like you just met me. Like, and then he's going on and talking about Sherman's Last Stand, which I don't tell anybody that I just meet that I do Civil War reenacting. And this dude's talking to me about the Civil War. So wow. I was saved from giving him any more of my information because Susie's like, oh no, you can just like search him online. He has a whole bunch of videos up on YouTube and stuff. And so we left that house, and I told Susie, like, man, that was pretty weird. You need to get this guy out of here if he's connected to Penny, because it feels like he's looking for information from you, and you don't know why he's here. And he kind of wished that something would have happened to us on our trip.
That's crazy. Did you rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name, brother?
Let's do it right now. We were doing that sort of thing over there. Like we need to rebuke him right now. Just
what was it? He never said his name.
He did. He introduced himself as Mac, but his name was James.
James. Well, let's talk about and rebuke him in Jesus Christ's name. There's we want to tie by and rebuke James or the secret agents, or if there's any witchcraft or necromancy that was casted towards Brother Izamizo or his uncle. We tie by and rebuke them in Jesus Christ's name for them, for that negativity to remain with them. And if there's any negative attachments, we take authority over you in Jesus Christ's name. You're not allowed to be on Brother Izamizo and on his uncle. We call upon the heavenly angels to do a clean sweep of Brother Izamizo and his uncle, their vehicles, any property, or anything of their belongings. We type under rebuke you, the witchcraft and necromancy that is being done right now. We type under rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. This we pray in your name, Heavenly Father. Amen.
Amen.
Man, I was trying to pray that, and I was feeling interference, like something was trying to interfere in the prayer. But yeah.
This story that you've just told, it sounds what I gather from it. It was somebody had a hit on you, and it's related to the film industry.
It may be because this is all connected to
because that question he was asking, I can't actually remember. It was related to the film industry, so somebody from that, whomever is involved with that, it was giving away. This guy was, because they have to give himself away in some form.
I was gonna wait to share all of this until
I was seeing, when I was praying, I was seeing like something moving, like film, the little squares, something moving real rapidly.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on with this situation, and I kind of just walked into it on Monday, but Susie was housing him for about a month. Now there was another person that lives on her property that she had him, that she trusts this other guy who's been there a long time. It's just a lot of land, okay? So, but like the living quarters is nice and clean and everything, right? So this the other guy that's living on her property went, like, he took it upon himself to go over there and say, look, you got to get out of here by Friday. Take all your stuff and you leave. Because this guy showed up on the property saying that he was a friend of Penny's. He's staying there. He's looking for Penny's journals that Penny was writing about Satan in, that she left on on Susie's property.
Wow.
So we were thinking, well, this dude's here to find the journals. And Susie's like, well, he's never going to find them because they're in a spot that I hid them, and he's never going to find them. It's locked away. We're really far away. And
he found them?
No.
Oh.
No, they're still where Susie put them. But the weird thing is he was eating all of their food. They had frozen meat. They had boxes of cereal. They had jars of honey. He went through all of it within days, all of it. And there were flies around him all the time. He went into, he was first put into this, he was let to like sleep in there's like a traveling horse trailer that Susie has. She does horse shows and stuff. She has a lot of she has a lot of horses, so she goes and performs at different competitions. So she has this horse trailer that there's like a living quarters in there. So she's like, okay, you can go in there and spend the night. He flooded the thing with the sink. He flooded the whole place.
Oh my God.
She said there was like 300 to 500 flies in there that she had to kill over the course of a week just from him staying in there for a few days. I told her, this sounds like stuff out of the Men in Black movie with Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones. You know, that farmer that finds the saucer in the backyard, and then the bug alien goes and like skins him and puts the skin on and walks back inside, is like, give me sugar water. That's what I thought. That just was like, this sounded like this, because and he was constantly running the dryer on the property, so like the washer and dryer, running day and night, just washing clothes. And so we came to the conclusion, well, maybe he's I forget the term because it was the nice way of saying it. He was messing up his britches. Like, he doesn't have control of his bowels.
Oh, he has incontinence or whatever.
Yeah. So like he's doing that, and then he's just constantly washing his clothes without using the restroom. But like the fly thing, the eating of the food, this all sounds really demonic. And then he's telling me that like he's surprised that like we weren't harmed on our journey. It's like, why would you even bring that up? It's so bizarre. And it was like he thought I was lying about going to watch pro wrestling. I'm like, this is what I'm here for. I came down to Texas to watch All In. And then on the way back home is stopping at Susie's because she's my friend. And Susie told me that like she really believes I was sent there for that purpose, to get rid of that guy.
Why was he there again?
He just showed up saying that he needed a place to stay for a few days or weeks. I don't know.
He was just a transient?
Yeah. He showed up with I believe like a trailer, but he had no vehicle. He brought some of his belongings into Susie's house. Susie's like, no, you're not going to bring all these boxes in, get out. So he did that. But another thing that's really demonic about all this, before we went on the trip, we were on the Beyond the Box show with Brenda, and Susie has her cell phone, like the vertical video. She's shooting from her house all the time. And there's a chair in the back on the other side of the room. And there was this dude sitting in it making a bunch of noise, being very distracting. And demons do a lot of that distracting stuff, like making noises and stuff. And Susie's going to talk about this on Brenda's show, the Beyond the Box show, whenever we get around to it, it should be soon.
She
But
needs to cleanse her home.
Yeah,
She needs to cleanse her home and put spiritual protection around her home.
especially
Because
before she
it,
takes that
it,
trailer
she,
anywhere.
she let him
And
in,
check
so
her
she needs to cleanse
property.
her home, so he won't be able to come back in. Because
yeah,
he try to, if he was demonic, he might try to come in unseen through in
Right.
spirit.
Did he have
And
any
for
weird symbols or tattoos on him or on anything he had?
oh well, I don't know about that because he was wearing like a long sleeve shirt and long sleeve pants. This isn't Texas where it's like 86 degrees at night. Okay,
What color were they? Black and red.
it was like I think like warmer pastel colors. This dude looked between like mid 60s, early 70s. I don't know, but he seemed like he was trying to get approval from me, which made no sense because I don't know the dude. And he's trying to like impress me with like who his family members are and where they were. Like I said, oh yeah, we went to North Carolina last year. Oh, I have family in North Carolina. There's so and so talking about everything but himself. You know what I
Did,
mean?
did, did you know if you had any family that practiced witchcraft? Because maybe he knew somebody that did.
If the guy had any family?
No, if you had any family that practiced witchcraft, because if he was seeking your approval, it's like he either knew you or somebody in your family personally, or at least heard of someone.
Well, I was thinking it was more along the lines
I don't
to
know.
disarm him, to
Yeah,
lure
yes,
him into
yes.
a comfortable state so that he wouldn't be thinking suspiciously of him.
Yeah.
Because what's that saying? Like, you can't spoil a man's house until you have the man bound or something.
You're
Yeah.
basically like waving a white flag before you start stabbing them in the back.
Yeah.
what I can recommend though is to
I
for her to check the house and see if the guy left any objects or whatever,
Yeah.
because
Oh, he
they do be
did.
like that.
You
He
need to
has like
burn it.
he has like this metal vase with a half of a walking stick in the middle of it just
Burn
sitting
it.
by her front door.
Burn it.
And
Burn
she's
it.
left it there. It's still probably sitting there right now. I
No.
left last night.
Yeah,
No.
get rid of it.
Wow.
Burn that.
That thing needs to
Dig,
go.
dig a hole out in the property, far away from the house,
Well,
and
he's not there
burn
no
it to
more.
ash.
I'll call her tomorrow and tell her
Bury
to
it.
burn it and bury it. Yeah, burn it and bury it. She burns stuff on her property all the time because she's like making clearings for her horses so that they have grazing area to do. She got rid
Well,
of a lot of trees on the property recently. The property also has a I believe a bunch of Native American Indian spirits there.
well,
And
then maybe instead of burying that ash, I still think she should burn it separately from everything else, but maybe bag that ash up and then, oh, I'd imagine she probably doesn't have her garbage picked up, right?
actually I don't know how that works because well, it's probably garbage collection on the main road like most places are, but it's like it's a long drive. It's a driveway before you get to her gates and stuff. She lives on an area where there's like maybe 4 or 5 people for over 1,000 acres, so it's like
Mm.
it's a lot of space. But hers is like 300 acres, but it's mostly like trees and fields and stuff. But yeah, this is it. It's just wild. I am trusted by Susie to go and be there, but she feels obligated to help people out, and I see where she's coming from with that. She's a very Jesus Christ centric individual. Her faith is through the roof, and I don't like seeing her being taken advantage of like that.
Right.
The weird thing is the same. It's like a pattern happened last year in April, I visited her. She had Penny that was living in that same house. This dude has like taken over now. And he's sleeping on the same couch Penny was. It's really bizarre. Like I can't explain the way this all went down, but it's like it's so repetitious. It's sickening. I see what's happening with it, and Susie's now aware that like something's not right at all with any of this. But
And she needs to work on her discernment. If she's so
I
close
told
with
her that.
Christ and she can't discern, then something's wrong.
I told her that. I told her there's a lesson here that she needed to learn that she didn't learn last time with Penny.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably taking people in she doesn't know and trying to help them because she thinks the Lord is trying to tell her to help them.
Yeah, and they're not even offering to work or anything. See, that's just, if I could understand if they were like, hey, I need some place to lay my head. Can I work for you, for a place to stay? Like something like that. But no, just showing up randomly, like, hey, I need somewhere to stay. Like, who does that?
Yeah. And you know
Demon
what? I will share this show.
uninvited.
I'll have Susie sit down and watch this portion of the show because she needs to hear it from other people that something's not right about this. And the guy's supposed to be leaving Friday today. So hopefully he does leave. Hopefully he doesn't leave any hexes or any items that are like cursed, because that's the last thing she needs is for all of this stuff to linger.
Well, man, you need to call her like, 2 or 3 times a day to check on her. You might have to go back down there if he doesn't leave, because I would imagine, people like that, they will,
He's already, so when I was leaving on Thursday, like during the day Thursday, he was already moving stuff back out of the house, like he was planning to get out of there. So hopefully he follows through with that and does get, because that's what he needs to do.
but I'm like, where is he going to go with all his crap?
Yeah, but is it his decisions? Because if it's her property, she can basically tell the guy, like, yo, piss off.
So I'm not even trying. So this is what I've
Because
been
if
told.
somebody stays at my property for too long, and then I say, I can tell them, go away.
Yeah. Well, this is why, like, I told her, like, you need to get him out of here. Like, this isn't helping you. It's not healthy for you. You're depressed
It's
now.
dangerous for transient people to know she has an open house on her property. First and foremost. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, no, it's okay. Her son is living in that house, and the guy just practically took over. And he's been her son's 21. Like he can fend for himself. He's a rancher. Like it's not a problem, but he even is uncomfortable with the whole thing. But the guy was moving the stuff back out of the house. But there is an object of his in her house, and I don't know why it didn't even dawn on me to tell her to get it out of there too, because it's probably hexed.
What is it? There's
those
something else?
those like Egyptian urns?
Oh,
It's not,
God.
it's like a vase that's
No,
like,
that needs to go immediately.
and there's a walking stick it's like inside of it, and she said that there was like 5 or 6 of them in there when he first brought it in.
So there's probably scattered around the property. Oh my God.
Were there any unique carvings that you kind of remembered or looked up while you were there?
Unique carvings?
Like some of those sticks, you mentioned them being from Egyptian.
Mm-hmm.
There had to be some kind of carvings either on those sticks or around the property. Especially if what Sailor said, they could be scattered around. He could have carved something into her property or in the wood.
You don't mess with Egyptian crap. No.
The trees. Could have carved something on the trees.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe even some on the rocks. You mentioned her having horses, so they obviously have barn animals around. Exactly. Okay, so she obviously feeds them. Could they have put something in the food for the animals to eat?
It's possible.
The horses became sick?
No, the horses haven't become sick. No, but there's a lot of them there. So if something would have happened to them, like he's been there for a month, the horses would
Oh
show
wow.
signs of that.
What about Penny? How long was she there for?
6.5 years.
Oh, good.
Yeah, well, if this guy doesn't leave, they have all the right to dispose of him and return him into the soil, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Especially on all that acreage. The
He's been
son
there for
should
a
do
month.
it.
Wow.
Yeah, those kind of people will ride that stuff out until they can't anymore.
Penny, the witch who stayed there for 6.5 years. How much was she into the witchcraft? Was she an amateur when she first got there, or did she progress more when she was there?
Can you say that again?
Penny, the witch who stayed there a lot longer than the guy before the guy came along. Like, was she an amateur in witchcraft, or did she seem like she knew what she was doing?
Well, I thought she was like a bumbling fuck, but she's she seemed like she knew what was going on in terms of like trying to control Susie. She was trying to tell her to get rid of all her friends. She didn't know how close.
Isolator.
Yeah, she didn't know how close Brenda was with her,
Oh, that's
and
the same lady who says, "Oh, you can or cannot hang out with this." They're completely isolating. It's manipulative.
yeah, very
That's the one.
manipulative. Hmm.
Okay.
Like oh man, I can't believe I'm sharing this now. I didn't want to, but it needs to be shared because it's such a wild situation, and I'm involved in it now. Right? The guy has my name. He wrote it down on his phone. Like, what is he gonna do? What is he really gonna do to me? I have the power of Jesus Christ behind me. I have all of you
Mm-hmm.
praying for me, and I went into all of this like the way I found and became friends with Susie was through Tom Althouse because he was doing the Beyond the Box show, and he got cold feet when I was at his house. He wanted me to sub in for him on the show. That's how I started to talk with Brenda. So that's all connected with there. And Tom Althouse is still talking with Penny. I told him Penny is an agent. He didn't want to believe it. I think that's why he stopped talking to me too. But God bless him, right? I don't know what else to say about that dude. He's a grifter. But a year's gone by now. That was in April of 24. That's when I visited Susie. And now here this week, July of 25, there's now another person that's taken Penny's place. It's like, I compared it to when like a TV series enters around its 10th season and it starts repeating storylines just with different characters.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it feels like with this. But I told Susie that, like, straight up, there's a lesson here that she needed to learn that she didn't learn before. And I didn't like telling her that because I view her as a friend and I don't know, an elder. She's a very nice lady. So I want the best for her. She acts like she's in her 20s though. Like she's out there riding the horses, winning championships left and right, and she's
Wow.
she's only been doing it for a year. But this is what her whole life has been, and her dream is to do the competition with the horses. And that's the last thing she needs is to have people warded off from the property because she's trying to buy it, and they have this crazy dude living there with her, and he's leaving. I can't. If this dude went and left all of those walking sticks all along the property, like I don't know what to say.
You might need to tell her to have her son or something, like tell him
her.
You pick up where did you put all this shit, and you need to pick it up and take it with you.
Yeah, I texted her now because she's probably awake. I told her, move that vase with walking stick out of your house now. And hopefully she
No.
understands why. Like, now, do it now. Don't wait for the morning. Just move it out now, because it was in
No.
her house. Like, we were staying there all night talking about Christ, talking about these demonic entities taking over these people's bodies and blacking them out so they don't remember what they did. We were talking about the Civil War because the dude brought it up, and it was weird that he brought up Sherman's Last Stand. Why would somebody bring that up as a casual thing of conversation with someone like me who's been doing the Civil War reenacting for the past 8 years? Makes no sense unless they've been
spiritual law.
Yeah. Unless they know something.
Yeah, by spiritual law, they have to admit to stuff.
Identify themselves. He's identifying himself to you indirectly by saying that name because he knows what you do, what you love to do.
Yeah. Thank you, Abe. I'm reading the comments here in the chat too.
Yes.
I did get an impression from this dude that he did feel threatened by me. But I have a powerful presence to begin with. So if somebody's up to no good, I'm gonna see it and I'm gonna call it out.
No, I'm the same way.
But I let them set themselves up for it. So they go and start talking like they think it's funny that they're fucking around with people. I'm gonna tell them that's not cool. And I was waiting for that to happen, but he's trying to like get information out of me about like, oh, what do you think of cryptocurrencies? Would you want to? I'm like, dude, I've dealt with shit coins for the past 5 years. I'm not gonna. I told him, if you want to start some cryptocurrency, get 1.2 million and go have fun.
Right.
Like there's all these bots out there that make these pump and dump coins. And if he wants to try to scam people with that, it's going to bite him in the ass later on. I can't control what people do, but I can give them advice on stuff. And I was very short with him about the crypto. I was very short with him about the business stuff. I'm like, dude, I'm hands-on with business related stuff. So like with videography, I need to be meeting people in person. I can't be having an AI going and like trying to contact people with 1,000 emails. It's not efficient. It needs to be like I'm recommended by someone through conversation. That's how I've gotten a lot of my work. So I can't depend on a computer program to do that for me. But all of it was just so bizarre. And it just, like I said, it happened this week. I was there Monday night through last evening. And so what was that, Wednesday night?
My brother sent me a message. He says, remember our grandma died because she picked up a weird thing in the yard, X, and she got cancer in the throat. That's what my brother sent me.
Wow.
Steven, did you ever wake up feeling drained or heavy? What you were doing?
No, so the weird thing about this trip is that I had such little sleep when I was doing the whole wrestling weekend portion of it. That was due to my scheduling with everything. I was meeting a bunch of people. I was at a convention, and then I went to the pay-per-view event. And so we were getting like 4 or 5 hours of sleep at our hotel in Fort Worth, Hearst. And so when I got to Susie's and spent the night there, she has this 2-story it's like a guest's. I called it a clubhouse because that's what it feels like. It's like a double-sized clubhouse. And the second floor has a bedroom. That's it. It's just a bedroom with an AC on and everything. So my uncle and I spent the night there, and we had the most restful sleep of the whole trip there. We woke up and we saw like the horses grazing out the window and like the arenas on the other side of it, the horse arena for the competitions. And I asked Susie to also take a photo of this object with the walking stick in it. So maybe we'll get to see it at
Or
some point.
you should record like a video where this object is. See if she can catch anything on the video. If there's something negative on it. Yeah, that sounds like something that cousin Jesse was talking about. An object like that, like a vase with a stick in the middle of it. And I don't know.
No. I wish I had known this before. I really wish I did. So the good thing is I told her that I intend to visit the property again before she sells it. And it could be next month, it could be by the end of the year. But I have a reason to go back. She has dogs and I want one of the dogs. I wanted 2 of them actually. But I'm settling for wanting one dog, coming back and picking it up. And yeah, I'm reading the comments too while I'm sharing this. So my apologies if I stop talking halfway through. So I'm going back to Susie's at some point. I told her I'm coming back. And I'll probably be visiting on my own. And I do like to drive to places instead of flying. I've taken the train. I've taken the Amtrak. I can't sleep on it in coach. The bed cars are over $1,000 at this point. I'm not doing that anymore. I never did it. I'm saying in general, I'm not taking the train anymore. I've never taken a bed car. The bed cars, when I used to travel by train, were like $700. So now they're well over 1,000. It's insane. Jeez. And that's to take it from like Chicago up to Oregon over like 3 days. But no, at this point, I would go back down there and drive, and I would probably stay longer than 2 days. The last time I only spent I think 16 hours. I spent 16 hours last year there. I spent I want to say 36 hours or no, yeah. Tuesday night to Wednesday evening. It was okay, so 48 hours. I don't know. I'm starting to get a little confused. But Monday night through Wednesday night. We left at like 7:30. I got back here in Chicago around noon earlier Wednesday or earlier Thursday. It's Friday now, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday at noon, I got back home. But I left there. We drove straight through Missouri, southeast Missouri. There's nothing there. There's absolutely nothing there. If you want to go and get away from society, I recommend going to southeast Missouri because there's nothing like Nebraska. But I got tired 2.5 hours getting back into Illinois. We took a short nap. So the only thing besides all the other crazy stuff that happened was while we left Texas and we were driving through Arkansas, there was an object on the road that we drove over. It must have been like a broken tire or something that broke off of a truck. Now, it went under the car, and there's like this mesh undercarriage that's covering like the electronics and everything under the chassis. And I didn't notice this until we were at a rest stop in Illinois, but whatever I ran over, it ripped half of the undercarriage it's like a felt thing. It ripped like half of it off. Oh, and there was a flap that was like hitting the ground. So that's like we were hearing that from time to time when we were driving, and we were figuring, if we ran over.
What color is your vehicle, brother?
It's like metallic blue, almost gray.
Because I seen a vehicle. I seen a vehicle with something like that their thing was flapping from underneath. But they were stopped at a Buc-ee's. I don't know. The Buc-ee's.
Which
in
one?
Temple. In Temple.
That wasn't me.
Yeah, I was in a vehicle like that, like what you're explaining.
Yeah, the flap under
Yep.
under the car. Yeah. And there's wiring that part was underneath. I'm surprised it like is all intact because it felt like we ran over something big. But it was an object that like I didn't see until we were nearly on top of it. And after that asshole went and made that comment about like, "Oh, I'm surprised that like nothing happened to you." It's like, "Oh, fuck you, man." Like then this happens and now I'm concerned that the car is going to have an issue and we're going to be stuck in the middle of Arkansas for another day. But thankfully that didn't happen and we just kept going. It was
Instead of
800
rebuke it in Jesus Christ. And anytime somebody says something negative towards you, rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. Don't accept that. And so it can go back to the sender.
Yeah. I'm going to have a phone call with Susie in the morning. And I have to share all this with her, and I'm going to send her this video.
Man, I just seen something here. I don't know, as I said that, looked like, I don't know if y'all seen it, it looked like it got dark over here when I said that, but my light is working and everything. Maybe it's just me.
I didn't see. I wasn't paying attention.
I've seen that happen before. Not this. I didn't see this time, but I've seen that happen before on your side, Abe.
Yeah, same.
I just heard a noise now. Like something bang on the blind.
Like right now it got a bit darker. You know, it's slowly lighting up again.
If there's any unclean spirits here, negative energies, through witchcraft or necromancy, because we prayed, we tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. Go back to the sender. You're not welcome here. Leave my home. I take authority over you in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
You know, for about I haven't told anyone this, but for about 2 weeks, there had been, I would hear footsteps running back and forth in my attic, and there's no way nothing could get up there to do that, and it would just back and forth, and I rebuke it in Christ's name, and it's stopped now. But I just thought that was weird. But I think anytime any activity ramps up around me, it's to try to discourage me, because I think I'm really close to a spirit. And so I think that was one of the tactics they were trying to use to scare me off or whatever. But those things make me mad more than they scare me now.
Yeah. Oh. Stay prayed up. Verbally pray.
Yeah, every day I claim the blood of Christ over, myself and everything, property, business, everything, multiple times a day, just to, keep that protection on everything.
Yeah, you have to. The spiritual warfare is very real. I guess all these things, they know that you'll come talk here and spiritually encrypted encounters, and they're putting you to the test to see what you're going to do. I believe that's what happened to you, Yuzamizzle. You're being tested. And, what I went through on the airplane, what you went through, what happened to my brother. I know you heard the story, what he said, what happened to him with that woman yesterday. Spiritual test. We have to. I keep on hearing something outside, man, like scratches.
Yeah, so like the thing with visiting Susie is like I can talk with her for hours about all this stuff. But it's like when the stuff happens to her in real time, she doesn't see it happening. And I wonder if that's part of the spell binding.
Yep.
Because like we were outside or like the first night, Monday night into Tuesday morning, we were talking about the Civil War. I found out about the Zouaves being like, I do an impression of a certain soldier from the Civil War, the Zouaves.
I'll be right back, yo.
The Zouave units were eventually turned into like the first Secret Service for the president. Susie had information about the Zouaves that she didn't know that it was pertinent to any of this, but there was an infiltrator in the Zouaves, like somebody pretended to be a Zouave that was trying to assassinate Lincoln. And it's wild. I'd never connected that before, and I'm doing the impressions of these guys. And so I found out new names to like look up and look into and all that. Then the second night, which was Tuesday night into Wednesday, we were sitting outside because I was doing a bunch of sky photography and video, and we're just shooting the shit, talking about stuff, and she's sharing a lot of these stories about like the property and then her life and what she's done, just with like the horses and then the people she's met over the years, crazy situations she's gotten into. It was just a long night of that type of stuff. And everything for the most part was peaceful, but she really wanted to tell me about how she thinks I was sent there for a reason, like to get rid of this guy. And it really felt like that dude felt that I was there to like get rid of him pretty much. And like I said, when he was introduced to me and my uncle, he wanted nothing, like he didn't care about my uncle being there. He wanted to talk to me. And there was even a moment where he continued talking while Susie started talking with my uncle. Like two conversations started to go at once. And I'm trying to focus on what this son of a bitch is saying to me. Because like it seems like there's some real wild like manipulation and control going on, where like he's trying to step over Susie's toes with like being dominant in the conversation, but like I'm the only one listening. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
like, what the fuck?
Just outright disrespect.
Yeah.
Is there actually one thing I like to say, because something Bounty said earlier, it really just clicked something with me. It was about these objects, these stick in a vase. There are certain ways to keep a spell in place by having an object like a stick. So the stick is used to keep the spell in place. It was something I just needed to let out.
Okay. I'll
So sorry
no.
to interject, certainly.
Thank you for interjecting. I'll tell Susie that tomorrow. Like I'm gonna make sure she gets that stick out of her house with that vase. It's bizarre that it's just like it's an object in her house that she has not removed. And we talk about all of this stuff being the way it is, like with the witchcraft stuff. Like we're convinced Penny is a witch. She was
Yeah,
practicing.
I
She
had
was
a
practicing stuff and doing all, not out in the open, but like in her journals, she's written all of this stuff about like praising Satan and doing all this other bullshit. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I
Uh,
I just suddenly had a really strong urge to say that.
Thank you. Yeah, and Bounty in the chat here did say
If she
that I would
touches it,
encounter
make sure
an
she touches
infiltrator.
it with a pair of gloves. Don't touch it
Mm-hmm.
with her bare hands.
Don't forget to ask her to check, look through her property and the trees and in the ground to see if there's any more of those six buried or something.
Yeah,
No,
with
make that weirdo take them to them. I would
a pair
confront him and
of
say, "Hey,
gloves.
where'd all these sticks go, dude? You're not leaving
Put the stick where it belongs.
until you gather them up."
I'm gonna tell her have Roger make James
Her son call
tell
some
him
friends over there.
where the rest of the sticks are.
A group of guys confronting him.
That was
Then
the
beat
thing.
him with them.
her going over there and telling him to leave wouldn't have worked, but her sending Roger over there to do it did the trick. You
Yeah,
gotta
because
get,
it's a man.
you gotta get. And then he tried to start going into why, because Roger told us what happened. He started to try to explain like the sympathy card. Oh, but he's like, no, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
You gotta be gone by Friday. You got a week to bring the car back. Because Susie was even letting him borrow a car that she wasn't using.
Oh my God.
So a
Now
bunch of stuff.
you need to get that car checked over too now.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you decide to go to the mechanic or carve another symbol in the car and mess with the
He
engine,
might
something
try to
like that.
steal it. Man, that guy needs to keep better watch over his mother if she's that kind. Like, evil people love to prey on people like that. Love it. And somehow they're like always able to find them. I don't get it.
Steven,
Yes.
as
Yeah, and
you're gonna need to tell us
don't let the kind.
Hold
not
on.
to.
Go ahead.
Right, unfortunately, you need to be very firm with Susie, and especially when it comes to these people, you need to tell her to stop being so kind. You need to tell her to put her foot down, or just try to keep to herself. And that's
Now
probably gonna
it's
that's gonna
good.
suck for her, but unfortunately, that needs to be said.
Yeah.
Now is not the time to be welcoming people into your property or your home, because at this point in time, we don't know who is one of us, who's truly 100% human and who's masquerading, a demon masquerading as a human, because they're among us now. And one of my things I was going to bring up in my theory about the weather weapons was, I had heard that um, this is the time where Jesus has begun to push through the dimensions to come towards Earth. And as he begins to come closer, those entities in those other that occupy those other spaces or dimensions or whatever, they um they're fleeing from Christ and his power because they know what's going to happen. So they've come here to Earth for refuge. And we know they're capable of looking like a human. Like, so you have those entities, and then you have what I think these beings are the monsters that are going to make men's hearts fail. I don't think the ones that we've seen here on Earth, so far, are going to be the really terrifying things. I think those are going to come. Those are going to come, start showing themselves soon.
Yeah.
So that's why
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
agree.
like, you cannot be allowing, people, especially people you don't know, into your home. Even becoming friends with people, you have to be really, really careful, because you don't know who you're talking to anymore.
Hmm.
And with all this AI crap, they've made it to where you can't even trust your own eyes.
Oh,
You have to look through your spiritual eyes, like as my dad would say, like 100% of the time now.
the thing that Susie had a red flag to with this guy was he said that his god is an alien.
Oh no, she shouldn't have let him pass the gate.
Was he Pacific
Well,
or no?
was he what?
Was he Pacific? What alien specifically? Like, was there any details he gave about the alien,
No,
or
no,
just
but because he tried to write it off after that, according to Susie, he said, "Oh, well, that's just a thing that I say to get people's attention for like an icebreaker." I'm like, what the fuck you do that for?
I don't even understand these people, like what they
I want to say
don't
it's
make
Anunnaki.
sense.
I want to say it's Anunnaki because that's the general alien god that a lot of people worship. and it's not even a god. They're
All of them
entities.
do.
They're entities that are most likely demonic in nature. So
Exactly. That enslave races or whatever, and they're worshiping it. Yeah, that's really smart.
yeah.
Worship the enslavers.
Well, I texted
Yeah, and that's what a new.
I texted Susie to call me as soon as possible. So as soon as she calls me, she's going to hear all of this from me and everything that all of you shared and what everyone in the comments have been saying, especially Bounty. I wish Bounty would have been a little. I told you to like email me and tell me what's going on, but it's okay. I had to find out for myself, right? My plan with this wrestling trip was to go see wrestling. And Susie's place is on the way back. It was a convenient place to stay without having to pay for a hotel. And she's my friend. And I'm looking out for her too because of after what Penny did with like she got caught in a lie and then she got all bent out of shape and left on her own accord. It's like the narcissist can't handle being faced with a lie. So we thought that was all said and done with, but if this dude came back to look for Penny's journals, like he needs to be out of there, plain and simple. So that was what was determined. Hopefully he leaves and never comes back, but that's wishful thinking, right? There needs to be action taken to make sure that doesn't happen anymore.
The one thing about the journals I wanted to say too is, if she was a powerful enough witch, she could send a spirit to come collect those journals and bring them back to her, because I've heard that before, with different satanic books or artifacts, of spirits coming and reclaiming those things when people have tried to throw them away or something, or they'll send like deranged people to come get them.
Yeah.
The spirit will use the person to come get them. But I think she needs to get rid of those things as well, because that could be attracting stuff too.
Yeah.
You can't be too careful.
The thing here with me helping Susie is like I don't have unlimited funds to just go travel another 850 miles to go back to her place and make sure she wraps this up and does all the things that you all recommended. Like,
Can you talk to the son?
That's actually a good idea.
Yeah, since the son lives with her, you could let him know all this, and spy on her through him to make sure she's doing what we're saying needs to be done.
Not necessarily spying, but I'll tell
know,
Joel.
just for lack of a better word.
Yeah. I mean, I would tell Joel about all of this, and then tell him like, you need to make sure that your mother's safe, and that all of that there are people out there trying to cause harm to her through spell casting, through these witches. Doesn't matter if he believes it or not; it's happening.
Right.
It's not the little he with the hat and shit and the green skin.
This is dark.
Yeah, it's a guy shitting his pants. It has flies everywhere. We don't even know if he's shitting his pants because I didn't smell anything. And they're talking about thousands, like hundreds. She says 300 to 500 flies she killed over the course of several days.
That is a big sign of demonic activity. Is bug infestations, cockroaches, flies.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, it's so Sailor. Like your audio is breaking up like crazy right now as you're speaking.
I can hear it doing it. I can hear it doing it again. Well, now I don't hear it.
Yeah, it's cleared up now.
Well, based on the description you guys gave, it sounds like it's literally walking image of pestilence with all the flies and goo.
Pestilence, yeah.
Maybe, if it's a demonic, like I said, maybe the things that she has of the other girl, she needs to get rid of that from her property completely. The journals. That's why it's there.
Yeah, you know, like,
Yeah.
so what would you recommend here? Because this is something I was thinking about. Do we photograph all of the journals and then burn them? Or do we have to not even have the photographs of the journals?
I would
Because
say get rid of it completely, man. Because I mean, if the journals could be an opening, if the journals could have maybe a ritual of a open of a like a portal, in there and stuff that's active, or other things active in there, and this demon that's why it's there, because he has some kind of authority to be there. This guy, whether you say it was flies and we had gnats or whatever the case, it's
she
there because
mentioned like
it's
Lord of
kind
the
of like if
Flies.
Susan,
Yeah.
even though Penny's not there, it's like she's still there because of the journals. You think about it.
Yeah.
In certain
But I,
texts
I
do
wouldn't
have an
touch
energy
nothing.
to them,
I wouldn't touch none of that stuff with my hands. Uh,
and a written text does have an energy to it. It's not just a bunch of letters, arranged a certain way to make a story. It actually has an energy to it.
yeah, and it's in her house, so it's got some kind of authority to be around there. Whether it's in the manifestation of the guy or if it just disappears, it can still come back to the property if it's in disembodied form. It's
Yeah.
spirit form. It still causes chaos and havoc, and you're still going to have the problem of the flies and all that. She's
I
really got to get
really,
rid of that stuff, and then do a cleansing of her home.
yeah. Brenda,
And she needs to
Brenda that
realize
watch
she
Beyond
is
the
it.
Box that watches this channel. For some reason, she's not here while we're talking about all this. And she needs to not laugh about it. She knew about this before I went there. And then I'm in that situation then. I don't like that. She needs to take this shit seriously and do something about it. Like, because I'm ended up leaving to do something about it. Like, what am I supposed to do? She lives much closer to her than me. I don't know what to do. She went there last time. That's how Penny ended up leaving, is because of her visit. She needs to go down there now and have her get rid of all the sticks and stuff, because I live too far away. And like I said, I do stuff hands on. I need to be there to do this stuff to get rid of the negative entities and all that, because they don't like me. They cower away. And like, if it's only for when I'm there, like, yikes. Like, I don't have a problem staying there for a week or two. But the problem is if people will even listen to me, because they don't like what I say. I speak the truth, and then 3 months later it happens, and then they think, "Oh no, you didn't say that." Yes, I did, and you didn't believe me, and now it's happened, and now you're saying, "Oh, I wish someone would have warned me."
Makes you
And it's,
wonder. Makes you wonder when they say things like that. I know people that say things like that, but I mean, are they blind? Do they have
I
hearing
think
problems? Are they spiritually bonded? If you told them, you told them. So, are they? I mean, makes you wonder.
I'm speaking
So,
in general terms here.
yeah,
Like, I've given advice to a lot of people that they haven't taken it, and then the very situation they were trying to avoid, they got themselves right back into for the first time. And if they would have only listened to my advice or followed my advice, then they wouldn't be in a worse situation. And I'm not always going to be there to hold their hand, which is why I'm blunt with what I say, because it's effective and you will get something good out of it by listening to me. And so I got Susie to convince Roger to go over there and tell him to get the hell out of here. Take hell with you and leave. You're getting everyone depressed. He told him that he's making everyone depressed, which is true, because they're not able to function the way that they would at their best capacity. If he wasn't there, they wouldn't be having to deal with any of this. They'd be focused on cleaning the rest of the property up so that it'll it'll look nice for the next buyers. I don't know. It looks nice already. Like, everything's fine with like most of the amenities that you speak about. It's mostly the trees there because they're moving. Like 2/3 of the property was forest. And like, yeah, good luck finding sticks in the middle of a forest, right? With a whole bunch of dead trees that they're trying to burn.
Not just in the, it could be on the ground. Then he might have buried them.
Yeah. But where? How do
Most
we
likely,
locate them? How do
most
we locate?
likely around the house, or if you put the water, maybe they're there where the water was spilled. If he got muddy, he just press them down into the ground and cover them up. Straight around there where the trailer was, they might be around there. Just my
Yeah.
opinion. As you said, he flooded it, so
I'd go there myself and dig 5 feet trying to find these things, or find the soft ground where it would have been recently buried. I mean, it's so fresh of an activity that it'll be detectable, but it needs to be done soon. Otherwise, the ground's going to harden up. But they get rain every 3 to 4 days, so the ground is always somewhat soft. It's kind of it's difficult to locate these things, though, is what I'm saying.
yeah,
It makes my mind run just hearing about the fact that there were more than one stick, and now there's only one stick in that vase, and it's sitting right by her front door, and she hasn't moved it. She doesn't want to touch it. That's the main thing. She doesn't want to handle it. Like
yeah.
you had said, like,
So the,
don't touch it with your bare hands. She doesn't want to do that. So at least she's following that.
so there isn't a degree to discernment. But maybe she doesn't want to admit it because she might think, oh, well, then I'll think badly of people. I mean, maybe something like that. It could be
She
anything.
doesn't want to be prejudiced. Well, you need to have a hard line in the sand.
You need to.
You need to set boundaries. You don't want to invite witches into your home. Those should be easy
I mean,
boundaries to maintain.
it's pick your poison in that sense. Like, do you want to be prejudiced or do you want to be, screwed over?
I'll say this much: it's like, who are these people that are asking to live with her? Who are they going to go to? They're going to go to the newspapers and say, "Oh, Susie's a racist. Susie's prejudiced against such and such." These guys are not even of a different ethnicity than her, but she's helped other people in the past that have also, not to this degree of all this stuff, but they've left a mess. So she's put in the situation where she's cleaning up after other people, and then it's not good for her. It's like she's accepting punishment for something. It's like she doesn't
All
deserve
I
that.
gotta say is, all I gotta say is, don't forsake yourself when helping others. Just leave it at that.
Yeah. Yeah, Andrews. He says in the chat, well, she has a lot of things to do. Yeah. And I really wish Brenda was still here watching tonight because it was very important. But maybe that's another thing. Whenever I'm on, these spells are keeping them away from hearing the message. Because I do think something like that's going on too.
Well, I believe it has to do with a lot of things, and witchcraft is one of them. The main source. I mean, there were friends at one point in time. All of them. And then I guess the penny chick was tampering with it, because I remember they talked about this on her show, and she was trying to wish bad towards her and stuff like that. So that's why they told her to leave and stuff like that. So
the thing is, Penny left on her own. Penny
Yeah.
wasn't told to leave. She left on her own.
Well,
Like, that's the wildest thing of all. Like Penny felt threatened and left.
after 6 years being there, right?
Yeah. It's like, oh shit, I got caught in a lie. Now I gotta skedaddle. Like that's basically what she did. She wouldn't admit that, like, oh no, I did talk to Brenda. No, she couldn't say that. She just straight up said, no, I never talked to her. And then Brenda sent a screenshot of them talking. And then
No, man.
that was the whole thing. It's just like, oh, you think I'm evil now, Susie? Ah, in her weird ass voice. So then she leaves, but she leaves everything in garbage bags inside the house, and some of these garbage bags had the journals in them. And Penny leaves them, and Susie goes and looks through them, and is reading all of this horrible stuff that's in them. She even shows them on the Beyond the Box channel, and I restreamed it to my channel, and also on the dual stream. We talked about it. So, like, I know she's watching these shows, and I don't want her to, but she is.
I think she planned it like that for a reason, intentionally.
To have Susie hold on to them.
Well, it can bring, like that guy that's there right now.
What a load of work. It's like, can't these people get their own lives? Can't they just go do other shit instead of messing with people all the time? So like the whole thing with Susie too, she's special with a lot of this spiritual stuff. She's very connected to this realm and speaking to the other side. And Penny had an interest in her with that. And she just wouldn't leave her alone with it. Like, Susie would have God speak to her in dreams and stuff, and like while awake too. And so, since Penny never got that, she wanted to know every time that happened with Susie, because they wanted the intel, right? Penny claimed that she was making no money, but she ended up having bank statements in those garbage bags that amounted to almost $6,000 a month. Money coming in from New York and California. Pay money for intel, right? She was shipping stuff out every day. Boxes would be coming in every day. None of this seemed unusual to Susie. I don't know what to say anymore. And I have to laugh about it because, like, I can't be stressing over this stuff. These are just the facts of how everything's gone down. And I was there to help her this week. And it feels like I only did half of what I was supposed to. My uncle wanted to get out of there. I'm not going to blame it on him, though. It was just part of the trip. This part of the trip was extended because he had more time, or else we would have only stayed a day. So we stayed 2 days. I thought that was generous on all accounts. Susie having us there for longer than 2 days, for longer than a day. And then my uncle wanting to be there for longer than a day. I thought those were all good things. So let's continue that. And we were just playing it by ear on Tuesday going into Wednesday. And then Wednesday night, we left and had that situation on the road that thankfully wasn't anything major. So I let Susie and Brenda know when I got back. Let my parents know I got back safe. And a few of my friends on Facebook. I let Abe know too here. So you're in that group, Abe. I let you know I got back safe. There was like maybe 7 or 8 people I told. And I didn't tell anybody about this trip, like, for a reason. I didn't post on social media that I was doing any of this. I didn't brag about it. I didn't want anyone following me. I didn't want anyone bothering me. I just wanted to spend time with my uncle watching wrestling. Is that so much to ask?
How did the guy know you even came down here? I mean, came down to Texas.
You're watching wrestling and you ran into Kevin Sullivan.
Oh, God.
Kevin Sullivan used to be the Taskmaster, like he was evil.
Yeah.
Or at one point in time, he would wear the things here on his forehead, like he was evil, or like a warlock.
And he was the ex of Nancy, who was Chris Benoit's wife.
Yes.
Yeah. There was theories that he did all that stuff. I don't know anymore. I don't know. I just try to forget about it at this point. with all that.
Yeah,
Like he is forgotten in wrestling and
he passed
in
away, didn't he?
Kevin Sullivan, I think recently, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I believe happened. Was that him? But
yeah,
no,
honestly, like Bounty's talking in the chat here again about like who should talk to who. Brenda, if you're watching this now or you're watching this later, you need to talk with Susie about all this. And I wish you would have did it before I went. And I guess I'm part of the puzzle here with getting all this sorted out. But you need to tell her that that this stuff is happening. The vase with the stick is wild because I haven't seen that anywhere else. And then I guess I missed those shows where Jesse was talking about that stuff. I do remember him bringing out objects and talking about them. And now, as far as like my family history having anything to do with witchcraft, I don't know. I honestly don't know. There's hints that there could have been, but that's 2 or 3 generations ago. I don't know anymore. I don't know what to say. But that's where we're at.
Well, we hit the 5-hour marker. We're 5 hours and 15 minutes right now.
Yeah, well, I didn't plan on talking about any of this tonight. I was going to start. So, like, the whole plan of talking about this weirdo staying with Susie was probably going to be coupled in with the nighttime photography of the skies, where we got video of these lights going in and out of portals, flashing on, moving, disappearing at the same tree line between 2 trees. It just the light moved, and then once it got to that point, it faded out, like it was air traffic for whatever interdimensional shit's going on up there. I don't know, but I got it on video this time, whereas last year I didn't get it on video. I only got photos.
I had gotten some what I thought was phenomenon that I've seen a few times out here, of a line of lights just showing up. And people were trying to tell me that was the Starlink thing.
No, it's not. It is not. It's not Starlink.
I didn't think so either, but there was a whole bunch of comments saying that, and I was just like, I don't think so. Like, of course, that's what some people said. Oh, well, if you Google search it, that's what they say. Who gives a shit what Google says? Because that's all lies.
I'm not going to let anybody tell me that when I walked out of the house with Susie on Monday night at 3, or I guess Tuesday morning, at 3 a.m, we walked out and looked over at that tree line, the 2 trees. Over the right tree, there were 4 different distinct lights. And
just like mine.
Yeah, and when we looked at it, 3 of them started to move, like they got seen and they didn't want to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
And they all like dispersed, but 1 stayed. And then throughout that 3 to 4 a.m. hour, there were lights that were moving like this towards it and disappearing near it. And then 2 nights ago, which was the following night after that, it was like Wednesday morning, again at 3 a.m, because we were out there from like 12 to 5. At 3 a.m, these lights started to do the air traffic thing, and I got that on video, and I still have yet to share it. I just took it off of the cards tonight, and I got it. I have the video, but it's confirmation for me, because like I can't. Like, you can't take night photography without doing time lapsing. The stuff we see in the sky, it comes up black if you do it with a normal camera. You need something really high caliber, like the infrared or something else, where you can put up in front of the lens so that you can capture what our eyes are seeing in real time. But the video was able to capture these appearing and disappearing lights that are the size of stars, and they're not blinking. They're pure white. Mm-hmm. And the other ones that are stationary, there's certain ones that are flashing blue, white, and red.
I
Yep.
have a video with that as well, something similar to that as well.
And I have one more thing I found. So besides there in my photographs, there's a blue circle with black and blue checkerboards inside. And it's a distinct circle, and it's zoomed into the max to, I don't know, 200% on a 4K camera. And it is a full circle with checkerboard inside. It is not an anomaly on the image sensor that captures the digital images. It's not that at all. I guarantee you that. There's dead pixels. There's not that. That's at. You explain to me what is blue up in the sky. It's not a malfunctioning chip on my camera. That's all I gotta say about that. Yeah, fuck these people that are saying Starlink is the reason why we're seeing all this stuff. What about the people in the 1800s that were seeing this up in the sky too? You're gonna just
What
explain
about
that
the
away like
things that
that?
have been falling from the sky lately that I've saw online?
Yeah,
It looks
well,
like stars or whatever. I don't know what it is.
my uncle and Susie both. I didn't see this because I was looking somewhere else in the sky. They saw what was like a shooting star, they said, but it left a streak and it stayed for a while before fading away.
What
Now,
color was it?
they said it was like bright white.
Oh, see, the one I saw was green, like a lime green that just like, but it was, it stayed bright like that. I wish I could have went where it
Oh, you're breaking up again.
fell.
Try speaking.
I can hear it, the interference, kind
Yeah.
of.
So you saw green light. My uncle and Susie saw white, and it was not like a typical shooting star where you see it fade away in the back, like it like dissolves in the back. This they said was like a streak,
Mm-hmm.
and it was linear, and it stayed for a brief moment before going away altogether, not like a tail disappearing. Just straight line, like someone drew with a marker, probably, and
Right.
then it fades away.
Right. And I just happened to see that because I live out in the country. So I was coming home one night and something had me look out the passenger side window. I was driving, I look over and I just see that. But those lights in that formation, I've seen those like 3 or 4 times. At first it started out with just 2 lights. And then it became 3 the next time, and I thought they were balloons at first, like floating away, like because it was at night or whatever, like just floating away, because I could not figure that out. And then when they were right above my house, I recorded it. I should send that those videos I have over to you so we could compare notes on that.
Yes. How can you send them to me? I don't
Send
know.
them through Abe. So you can send them to Abe, and Abe can send them to you, Steven.
Or I could send them to your email or whatever. However.
Yeah.
Messenger.
That's fine with me. I don't know. I'm just kind of flustered by this right now. All right, I'm gonna put my email is my name. It's steveyasell@gmail.
Just all straight together?
Yeah, I'm gonna add it to the chat right now. It's there in the chat.
There's a private chat in the restream. If you're more comfy with that.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll do that as well. I did it to both. I don't care about like putting my email on.
Here it is.
Okay. Okay. Write it down.
Yeah, and it's not going to let me remove it from the live chat anyway. So
I can't remove it for the live chat, but I don't see it. I just see it on the private chat.
okay.
Is Maddie still in there? She could remove it,
I can't
All right.
remove it.
I guess somebody removed it because it's
or
not
I
there
could
now.
I could do it from my other device.
We got
I
it.
don't see.
So
I
we
don't
got it
see
through
it.
the private. Okay. I added it, and now it's. I guess it's gone from the chat. Cool. So it's in the private chat. It's
I
there.
got it.
It was a
Yeah.
good show tonight, guys.
Yes. I wish my stuff wouldn't have been messing up. I probably was praying over it that whole last time I had my camera and mic off. I was praying, rebuking it, and it took all that time just to get it to shut up for a little while. But it's been interfering with me trying to get on the lives for the last like 2 weeks. Something's been messing with it.
Wow. Yeah, it was definitely one of the more odd things I've heard lately. Was the way you were talking, and it was like in intervals. There was a bub, bub,
I'm
bub.
gonna go back through and listen to it in the morning and see. But one time, this is really weird, and it was with Abe's stream. Abe and Wolf were on one night, and um, all of a sudden, like the video paused and started buffering, and this robotic voice said, "Sasha," like, and that's my real name. It said that, and I was like, "What the hell?" Like it came out of the phone speaker. So
Wow.
I started rebuking it, and that's never happened since. But that was pretty wild, I thought.
Say, do you have the windows open behind the curtains? Because I see the curtains move.
Oh, I have the fan and the air conditioner on.
Oh, okay, just double checking.
Yeah. My
Yeah.
windows, I got so freaked out, after I'd seen that video I shared of my friend's apartment outside, how that we found that witch in the frame and the demons looking in. I put aluminum foil all over the inside of my window on this back one that faces the backside because I didn't want to. That just weirded me out thinking of the demons out there looking through the window.
Okay. Yeah, I want to just address the chat again and Bounty in particular here. That the reason I do the videos I do is to expose these individuals for who they really are. And by telling people about what Penny is really up to counters what she's doing every day, which is spreading bullshit 3 times a day on lives. And by me putting the video out with Susie and Brenda talking about all of this and the journals, and this is just a fraction of the journals that Susie shared. She didn't even look through all of them. Just the fraction that she did look at confirmed that she's not who she says she is. And that information needs to get out there. And I can't be tiptoeing around, oh, well, it's all going to spread to the world. The people aren't watching my videos as much as they should to begin with. But I'm getting the information out there so that the people that do need that information get it. I've saved people from going on trips and wasting their money going to try to help people who are con artists. So when I go and make these videos, it's to help those people not get into those traps and become drained of their resources and finances. Because that's another tactic of these individuals is to just make them helpless and then dependent on the abuser. And I'm trying to break that. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that if I'm concise and I'm not doing like 3 months long 50-part series on Penny. This is like 1 or 2 videos. And the ones that I did put out there are very damaging to her reputation. Oops. Well, if she's not saying who she says she is, then she's going to damage her reputation at some point, trying to cover the lies with more lies, like Tom Althouse does. So I don't know what else to say. I talk about the dude. I talk about Tom Althouse, but I do it so that I keep everyone current with the schemes he's up to at this point. Not because I'm salty, not because I think he did me wrong and I'm still holding a grudge. No, I've moved past it. I'm just saying, hey, look, he's still up to the shit over here. And it's with all of these people. And it's just a heads up type of thing. It's not me pouring every day of my time into it. I reserve 1 day a week to go ahead and expose the negative stuff, and it's there to prevent people from falling into the traps. It's like we see that some of our friends and family are susceptible to these entities, and we need to save them from the trouble of going through the abuse. So that's why I do the things that I do, and I'm not being argumentative with Bounty here, but he is bringing up a lot of different topics here. Yeah, we won't be respelling anything from it, and in fact, we might never hear about him again. I wanted to put it out there so that that information's known. I had the idea of possibly photographing all of them, but like there's hundreds. There's over 100 of them. You know how long that would take me to photograph all of it for like documentative purposes? Like it'll just take too much time. And if we're talking about getting rid of this bad energy, is burning really the only way to go? Do we have to bury it 10 feet in the ground? Like, I don't know what we have to do with all this stuff. It's beyond my knowledge, is what I'm saying. Like, I'm just here trying to, like, try to understand what we're dealing with. And I'm getting a lot of new information tonight here from everyone.
Well, that's why all of us, are here and come together. We each have a small piece of the puzzle that when we put together, we get, more of the picture to show.
Yeah.
And, I don't know so much. I'm not caught up with your situation, that you have going on, but it sounds similar to what Abe and Wolf at PRT and his crew have been experiencing, of these maniacs that just like to cause chaos and confusion.
Yeah.
Is that what you have going on?
It sure sounds like it.
And these people are just relentless and they're disgusting.
But also our friends that know about these things that people do, when these things are actually happening in real time to them, they don't see it.
Yeah, because
they laugh it off.
They're being made not to.
Like, they're not connecting the dots, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm sure. Sorry, Brenda, again, but if you were told about this vase thing and the sticks and all that, and you also watched like Abe's show with Jesse and showing all of the artifacts of that voodoo stuff too, and he didn't make a connection like that, that's bad stuff. Like, I shouldn't really be like sleeping in the same building with that stuff. Like, you need to wisen up to all this stuff and take it a little more seriously instead of laughing about how weird it is, because it's clearly affecting Susie and it's going to be affecting long term if nothing's done about it. Like, I don't want it to be affecting her long term. I want it done with and removed. and the sooner the better. So the guy's supposed to be leaving Friday today.
Today.
Hopefully he leaves today because I'm gonna call her. And she already has like 4 or 5 texts from me. She's probably sleeping and gonna wake up and be like, "What is this?" But that's all I said to her was get that vase out of the house, remove it from the house. But
Yeah, she's probably not comfortable with putting her foot down, but she really has to. She needs to realize this is my place. I live here, you don't, and I want you
yeah,
gone. And it's not anything bad. It's not about prejudice or whatever, because I've helped another person the same way you are trying to
hmm
do. And it basically went down like I just gave them a hard time about it and say, yes, I understand you're trying to be nice, but you're really screwing yourself over and by extent others. And the way I said it, it was a bit shocking to them, but I figured, it's worth it. It finally that then sometimes you just need a shock
yeah.
for it.
It's no longer a thing of like, "Oh wow, that's weird, isn't it?" Ha! It's more like, "Oh,
Yeah,
this
it's
like
getting
this
serious.
shit needs to stop now, and you gotta go, or like shit's gonna go down, and you're not gonna like it." But like, I don't want it to
Yeah,
get to that.
life is
I
no
do
fair.
not want it to get like that. It needs to be like taken seriously from here on out. And anybody that comes in and say, "Hey, I'm just a wandering traveler. I need a place to stay." No, you keep on moving, motherfucker.
Yep.
There's like thousands of acres over on the other side of town you can go fuck
Yep.
with.
Take a
Like not
hike.
over here.
Mhm. Put
Yeah,
up
and
one
life
of
is no
those
fairy tale.
purple posts that mean like you get shot on sight.
Yeah. Oh, she should put them all over her gate.
Mhm. Yeah.
Enter at your own risk, motherfucker.
Hmm.
Like with those words exactly. Bam.
Yep.
Big old 4 by 6 foot sign on her fence.
No
Like I don't.
talking, just shooting.
Yeah, like we can't be just brushing it off anymore. Basically, yeah,
No, it's very serious, and that's why I gave the person I helped out a very hard time. And yes, it did give her a shock, but so be it. If shock is the only way,
yeah. The shock
because
is
that's how it
temporary.
usually
The shock
happens.
is temporary, but like this lingering stuff,
The lesson was
He's
yeah.
paid.
been he's been there how long?
He's been there about a month, so thank God it's only been that long, and it should have been a
And
lot
the way it usually
shorter.
works, the way the way it usually works with guidance is, first you get a very gentle nudge, and then it becomes less gentle. Then you get a slap, and at some point you just get a slap in the
Yeah,
face and say, "Oh, I really need to be
to
serious."
give Susie credit here, she did start off with the nice stuff. And over this course of a month, she's put her foot down in various situations. Like the guy was trying to move into her house, and he said she said no, and told him not to move the boxes in anymore. Get that out of my house. So at least she put her foot down for that. Otherwise, he would have been living in the same house with her, and
Oh wow.
that would have been a nightmare for her. So I give Susie the credit that she has started doing that. She needs to continue in that line of thinking and protecting herself and her son and her friend Roger and all of her animals. She has she has a lot of animals on that property that she
She
cares a
needs to
lot
be
about.
claiming the blood of Christ over the animals as well as the property every day, because that'll protect the
Yeah.
animals from being attacked by anything.
She's going to be surprised by the phone call she's going to have with me tomorrow, but so be it. I'm going to share all of this with her. I'm going to tell her to pray over the animals every day. I'm going to tell her to to pray over all that spilled water or spelled water. I didn't even think of that. You know, that's why we're all talking here because there's stuff that I'm missing as well. I'm just as fallible as Susie is in this situation. I'm just bringing different perspectives to the table.
She really ought to buy a St. Benedict medal on it
So
because
hopefully he leaves today.
I sure hope so. And if not, Roger's going to kick his ass.
Bury him out
Not
on the property.
Yeah, I mean, why do they think that it's not going to escalate to that if nothing's done? It's a potential situation, but we would rather not have it be that. Plain and simple. It's Texas. It's not
Right.
like
I don't know why anyone screw around out there.
yeah. I mean, it's yeah.
But where is she that she lives at? Like, what part of Texas? I know she lives like towards Houston, right?
She's a half hour south of Texarkana.
Oh, Texarkana.
Yeah, I don't want to give the exact
Yeah,
area
yeah,
away.
yeah.
Yeah.
I live in Temple, Texas.
It's about like I want to say 5 hours away from you.
Yeah.
So
Well, I think gonna call it a night. My wife's getting ready for work. Yeah, brother, if you need any help or anything, more prayer, uh, I'll be doing another show later on tonight,
okay.
so you can,
You
if
know
you
what?
want to jump,
I'll
let
try
us
to
know.
try
Keep
to
us posted.
join in
Keep us
on the
posted on
chat and
what's
stuff.
going on.
I will. I will.
I definitely feel something when I was praying against him. So it's got some dark energy around him. This guy that you're speaking of, because I seen something, So then I started hearing a couple of noises here, but we prayed against it. So yeah, hopefully, he'll live today.
Yeah. And I thank you for doing the prayer because it needed to be done.
Yes.
And I'm sure Susie has done prayers herself, but probably not to the extent that we had here tonight with the power in numbers. So I really appreciate that, Abe. And I'll let you know what
You're
happens.
welcome,
Like
brother.
I'll message you on Messenger about it.
Is it anybody want to say some final words before we go?
You should ask her to get a Saint Benedict cross because the Saint Benedict cross has a few Latin words that are written on it that translate to "drink your own poison."
Oh yeah, I wrote out that little saying.
So I think you should tell her to buy that.
I just made a note of it.
And there's power in prayer, so say with power, and she really needs to tap into her own. Like, just don't be, I don't want to be disrespectful, but don't be like a bunny or something. But say like, this is what it is. I got the power. I got the authority. This is my home, my house. Any wicked people can just go away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe he'll leave today. After we prayed and everything, I think he'll be gone. We'll see. You just have to be spiritual ready just in case he decides to chance manifestation. If it is something that's demonic or whatever, then she gotta. I know that she believes in the Heavenly Father, so she'll be able to handle it spiritually. You know,
Yeah. And
like
really oh man, I just forgot what I was gonna say. I think she's gonna be okay. Here's what I remember now. It's gonna be a few months before Penny tries her next move. I think Penny sent this dude James there, and once that fails, with him leaving, and then her now she's going to be doing the prayer. She's going to remove these items and all of that. Once she clears the energy on that property, Penny will try again because she's a little weasel. She'll try it. She's a little witch weasel. And I don't use the word witch lightly. You think I'm joking about this stuff? Like it's something people really do practice. I think everybody here understands that.
yes,
But
I def-
for the new people watching, that's why I'm saying that. Really, it's like I'm catching people up to speed. We're serious about what we're talking about here, and I just went through something this week, just not even 16 hours removed, 18 hours removed. And it's hopefully wrapping up today. And I'll update everybody on it. And you're doing a show tomorrow night, Abe. I'll swing
Yeah.
by here. I'll let you know when I'm here in the chat. So, but I'll give you an update on what happened, because I will be talking with Susie. I told her I'd be calling her on Friday to check up on the situation. So I thank you all
Well,
again.
I hope it works out well for you, for her. But by saying that, I'm hopping off. So thanks for having me on, and I'll see you next time.
Friday,
Yeah,
brother.
thank you for being here, Texas.
All right.
Appreciate it.
There's one thing I want to say. I just want to give a shout out to the Legion of Dumbasses, because I know you're watching. If you want to take another screenshot of me because I'm so beautiful, go ahead. And with that being said, thank you, Abe, for having me on.
You're
Your
welcome.
show is far from boring, so people are ignorant. But yeah. Oh, and then I hope that I'll keep your friend Susie in my prayers, and everything will be okay. So, with
Thank
that,
you.
good night, guys.
Good night.
Have a good night.
All right, well, I'm gonna hop off too. I just want to let you guys know, like, it's good to talk to you guys again on live. It's good. It's nice watching both of you, Steven. I'm glad you're okay. Maybe God did send you over to Susie to help her out a bit, and obviously you managed to come back home safe and sound, you and your
Yeah.
uncle. So
Thank you.
thank you, God, for bringing him back home safely.
Amen.
Thank you, Abe, for all the knowledge and wisdom you spread and sharing some your experiences on this channel.
You're welcome, brother.
All right. Well, I'm goodbye to both of you. May God bless us all and watch over us. Goodbye.
Amen.
Thank you. Good night, Andres.
Mhm.
All right. And I'll say goodbye now to everybody. Thank you all for being here. I will give an update to this whole situation, but wrestling was awesome this weekend. I can't believe that we saw this Saturday pay-per-view live, but I know you watching it at home, Abe, you were blown away by it too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Me and
Oh,
my brother, we watched it, and it was pretty good, man. All the way through till the end. It's like it just they, you know, this guy's in AEW. They go up and beyond, man. Like they put their
absolutely.
bodies on the line. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. It was a good one, man. They do
yeah.
a lot more than what they do in WWE.
They sure do. And I don't like making comparisons, but they counter programmed the whole weekend and they didn't have to do
I
that.
know.
So they see it as a threat. And I'm going to tune out from anybody complaining about how long the show was, because there was only one commercial for DraftKings and everyone in the arena booed it. That was it at AEW. Whereas on WWE, you get like 5 commercials before a match, and then you
Yeah.
also have commentary doing commercials. It's gotten too much. Raw and SmackDown are unwatchable for me. I maybe catch clips of pay-per-views, but I catch every Dynamite, every Collision, every AEW pay-per-view, and I go live to some of them. All Out's normally here in Chicago, and it wasn't this year. And I didn't find that out until well after I booked the All In Texas trip.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel I got my fill from doing that over the weekend. I was really happy that I went, because then I would have been like, oh man, I should have gone. Like I've been planning this for quite a while, and I'm happy I went. And I'm
It
not
was a,
gonna
it was
let them rain on the parade saying it was too long. It was perfect.
Yeah, it was good.
So yeah, maybe we'll talk more about it tomorrow. But like, it's more of a like it's a good time for all of us to get some sleep.
Yeah.
But thank you for having me on. I appreciate it, Abe.
No problem, brother.
All right, have a good night.
Good night. Yes, he's still recuperating. He's at home. Still got to go through the process. Continue to keep him in prayer. Heavenly Father, continue. We pray for cousin Jesse to make a full recovery, to give him his strength back, and a full recovery. If there's any negative attachments on him, unclean spirits, we tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. Leave his body at this time. You're not allowed to affect him. Any kind of ailments, any kind of sicknesses, we tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. This we pray in your name, Heavenly Father. Amen. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for those that stayed for the show. God bless every single one of y'all. Love, light, and blessings, and have a blessed day. This is Brother Abe Cias, Soren Cias signing off from Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Good night, everybody. Tomorrow, we'll see. Probably do a live. Since we're talking about brujas, well, it'll be a bruja live. Witches, brujas. Don't miss out. This is what we'll be talking tomorrow night. Peace out, everybody.